Welcome everyone to Mappers. We have Ignis and Catalyst facing off today with the favorite looking to keep their dominance. Catalyst is an absolute powerhouse in their head-to-head, leading the all-time score 80-19. It's a massive gap in experience between them. You have to wonder if the higher-rated player can quickly shake off that early round loss. He is just untouchable right now, taking total control of the early game. The momentum is shifting despite that ranking deficit. A gritty exchange here, but he manages to claw back around and keep his hopes alive. The experience gap is starting to show in the server. He's really digging in now, refusing to let that early deficit break his stride. Expectations are starting to align as he regains his composure. Ignis is cruising along with a healthy 4-2 cushion. A complete reversal of their most recent head-to-head. Ignis reads the play perfectly, picking him right off the container. Total contrast to his recent 16-13 victory against Vortex. Catalyst is refusing to go away, taking that round without losing a single hit point. He's starting to look like the heavy favorite once more. He's staying aggressive and shuts it down completely to bring the score within one. Unreal. He nearly went down, but manages to scrape through that chaotic exchange with a tiny sliver of health. Quite a turnaround considering his recent struggle against Lancer. Ignis is currently putting together a really strong run of form. It's particularly impressive when soon you look at his recent trend of 4 straight losses. If he can keep this pace, he'll likely enter the break with a commanding lead. Ignis takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, he is completely defying the odds here. Despite being outclassed in the overall rankings, he's playing the better game so far. Time to see who blinks first. He's really fighting back now, showing some serious grit to pull that round close. He's finally putting that superior ladder ranking to use. He finds the opening to clear Ignis off the ramp and level the match. We're seeing a complete reset as the underdog finally settles in. Ignis edges ahead by a single round here. Ignis is really leaning into his slight advantage on this map. Ignis holds a 2-round lead as we move forward. A tough spot for Catalyst after his latest loss to Phantom. What a display. He wipes the floor with Catalyst from the red to keep the streak rolling. Hard to believe the second highest rated player is struggling this much. Ignis is just in a different gear right now, raining down fire from the boxes to take the round. He's really shaking off the weight of those recent losses. A fast reaction there as he cuts the run short. His raw skill usually dominates these encounters. Catalyst manages to clear him off the ramp as he continues this impressive rally. We're finally seeing that expected skill level come through. A hard-fought battle, but Ignis manages to secure the edge and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. A real struggle for a player who normally cruises through these. What a finish! Ignis shuts the door with a lightning-fast reaction to seal the victory. A complete shocker here today. He's finally broken that streak of losses and managed to outplay the second best in the league. Welcome everyone to Italy. We've got a great matchup today as Vortex takes on Catalyst in a battle for dominance. Catalyst has dominated the history of this matchup by taking a huge chunk of their 1,300 total games. But we're seeing a shift in confidence today. The question now is if Vortex can actually turn the tide on the leaderboard. Vortex is holding a narrow lead after that close exchange. The number 3 player in our rating is starting to wake up. Catalyst has a real head of steam now, quickly flipping the momentum in his favor. A completely clean erase, and the momentum has officially swung. Vortex was expected to put up a bigger fight in this one. A fast reaction there to level the playing field. He's fighting hard to flip the script on their lifelong head-to-head. Catalyst edges ahead, taking a tight 4-3 lead. The higher rated player is firmly in control of the pace. Vortex strikes back to tie things up at 4-4. A huge contrast to that 13-16 loss they fought through yesterday. Catalyst used that high ground on the wine to snatch back the lead. Catalyst is just too quick right now, punishing Vortex even when he tried to play the high ground. Absolutely flawless execution to keep this run going. Hard to see Vortex finding a way back after losing that recent match to him. We head into the break with Catalyst leading 8-4, and honestly this is playing out exactly how most of us saw it coming. He's just stronger right now, proving why he holds that 59% head-to-head edge. Let's see if Vortex can reset. Catalyst is just putting on a show, putting an end to that attempt from the wine in a split second. Definitely not the outcome we expected given the pre-match outlook. The overall record here is heavily skewed with Catalyst holding over 700 total wins in the head-to-head. And honestly, it's a bit shocking that Vortex is still fighting back. He's definitely trying to shake off a rough 12-22 run today and put the pressure back on the top seed. Catalyst is staying sharp and shuts him down instantly from the wine. He's definitely shaking off those earlier losses today. Vortex managed to hold that wine position and get the edge this time. Both of these players are right there at the top of the ladder. Vortex had a brief moment of hope, but Catalyst just shut that down with a lightning-fast reaction. An effortless exchange, and Catalyst is now just one step away from closing the door. Vortex finds his target quickly to keep the hopes alive for now. He's proving why he entered this set as the favorite. What a read. He holds the Tetris perfectly to keep this match going. Game over! He shuts everything down with a lightning fast shot to secure the victory. He really refused to let go today, stamping his authority all over Italy and capping off a dominant run. Welcome to the arena. We have Ignis taking on the heavy favorite Vortex in today's exciting matchup. Vortex has absolutely owned the head-to-head history here, taking 82% of their encounters. It's no surprise the top-rated player is showing that gap right away. We'll see if Ignis can actually put up a fight. Vortex is just steamrolling through this opening set. He's really showcasing that ranking difference right now. Vortex holds a slim lead as we hit round 3. Ignis is coming off a solid win against Catalyst just moments ago. These exchanges are getting faster and faster. He's really starting to apply the pressure. Ignis is keeping this tight, holding his ground and taking control from the ramp. The top 4 talent is still showing, but things are tightening up. Vortex is pulling away now with a 4-2 lead. He's making a quick bounce back from that loss to Catalyst earlier. Ignis strikes back, narrowing the gap to 3-4. The top 4 talent has been shaky throughout the day. The momentum has completely flipped here, and we've got a dead heat in the middle of the set. The number 4 seed is looking very vulnerable right now. He just can't be stopped. That's 3 straight for Ignis, and he now holds the lead. Vortex is really feeling the heat after that rough series with Catalyst. Unbelievable survival. He clings to life with just 12 health to keep this run going. The favorite is really struggling to find a way back into this. A clean response from Vortex to stay right in this fight. Vortex is showing that top 10 caliber focus now. We're deadlocked at 6-6 heading into the break. I mean, Ignis is completely disregarding the rankings right now. It's a huge surprise to see the underdog fighting this hard against a top 4 seed. Let's see who breaks first. Vortex edges ahead by a single round. He's starting to play like a player in the top 10. Vortex is now cruising with a lead of 2, and honestly that slight map advantage he holds is starting to translate into real pressure. He's clearly shaken off the rust from earlier in the day. I wonder if Ignis can find a way to break this streak. Vortex is extending his lead to 2. Looking back at the rankings, this is exactly the kind of gap we expected. Ignis is really staying flexible here, outplaying the higher seed right off that ramp. It's a total toss-up right now, despite the gaps on the ladder. Vortex is pulling ahead by 2 as we hit 18. Both players had some trouble against Catalyst today. Vortex is looking dangerous right now, using that ramp to keep his edge as he closes in on the win. Ignis is showing a ton of grit, refusing to let this match slip away. A real test of nerves for the lower seed right now. He manages to drag him off that boost, continuing this impressive surge back into the game. The momentum has completely shifted against the favorite. Vortex shuts down the comeback attempt completely, putting himself just a single round away from victory. What a response! He manages to stay out of reach and forces this deep into the final stretch. That is it! Vortex secures the final kill to close out the series. Ignis pushed him to the absolute limit, but the skill gap eventually showed up. He almost pulled off a miracle. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Orange. We've got Ignis and Catalyst facing off today, with Catalyst entering as the clear favorite. Catalyst has historically owned this matchup with an 80% win rate against Ignis. It's interesting to see if that psychological edge starts to weigh on the underdog today. I wonder if Catalyst can turn this into a landslide early on. He is just completely taking over the early part of this match. The rating difference between the two is really showing right now. He finally answers back, showing some real grit to get on the board. He's definitely fighting against the odds we saw pre-match. That's a second straight for him, closing the gap and refusing to go quietly. It's making the pre-match gap look irrelevant right now. Catalyst still holds a 2-round cushion for now. A quick response for the number 3 seed. Catalyst has a massive lead in overall win rate at 63%. And looking at his current form, he's really starting to assert his authority here. He's simply outclassing Ignis in the mid-game exchanges. He manages to claw back the lead, shutting down that surge from Ignis completely. He's simply leaning into that rating advantage today. Ignis connects perfectly, quickly cutting into that lead. Absolutely lightning fast response from the underdog, keeping the pressure on as he secures another point. Catalyst stays firm with a 3-round buffer. His current form is definitely aligning with that top 4 stand-in. Catalyst takes a comfortable 8-4 lead into the break. This is exactly what we expected to see from the top 3 player. He's firmly in control of the pace right now. Let's see a spark from Ignis. Catalyst is just cruising along with a huge 9-4 lead. He's really capitalizing on the skill gap here. Catalyst is dominant, now sitting on a 10-4 lead. He's really leaning into that ranking difference today. A complete shutdown there. He's just not letting the underdog get any air. The higher ranked player is simply in another league today. He finds a way to get back into the action with a crisp shot. His all-time record is almost exactly a coin flip. A completely clean finish that puts him just one step away from victory. He really looks like the top-tier talent he's ranked as today. What a way to finish it. He closes the series out with a perfect sequence to secure the win. A total shutdown performance, and he really proved why he's sitting near the top of the leaderboard right now. Welcome to Redline. Vortex and Catalyst are ready to face off in today's exciting 1v1 match. Catalyst came out swinging with a fast start, catching Vortex right as he stepped up that ramp. Catalyst historically wins about 59% of their head-to-head battles. He's certainly leaning into that confidence early on in this series. It will be interesting to see if Vortex can break that psychological grip. We're all tied up at 2 apiece now. And he's looking sharp after that narrow 13-11 victory over Ignis earlier. Catalyst is starting to pull ahead and is looking like the favorite right now. It's a tough spot for the 4th ranked player here. Unreal Vortex barely scrapes through that exchange to even the score at 3-3 after clearing the Tetris. Catalyst really punished that high ground, securing another round for himself. It's feeling a bit like that encounter on Italy P. Vortex claws back to make it a dead heat. Coming into this, Catalyst was heavily expected to control the pace. Vortex takes a slim 1-round lead into the 9th. A surprising turn for the 2nd highest rated player on the ladder. These two are practically mirroring each other, trading blows in a total stalemate as we approach the halfway mark. Catalyst regains the edge, leading by a single round. We're heading into the break tied at 6 apiece. I mean, Catalyst is supposed to be the boss here, but Vortex is keeping everything dead even. He's definitely fighting the uphill battle better than anyone expected. Fresh start as we switch sides. Catalyst keeps a tight grip with a 7-6 lead. The higher rating usually proves decisive in these nail-biters. Vortex just leveled things up. We are back to a deadlock. Just the kind of tenacity he showed in that series against Ignis. The momentum has shifted again, and Catalyst is starting to reclaim control of this series. Catalyst really seems to have the answer for him today, especially since he's coming off a convincing 13-9 victory in their previous matchup. It's clear that confidence is translating into a real advantage in these exchanges. Vortex has to find a way to break this cycle before the lead becomes insurmountable. Catalyst is just too fast for him right now, easily picking Vortex off that ramp. A tough time for the number 4 seed in this matchup. Catalyst is just relentless right now, taking another round from the Tetris to put a serious dent in Vortex's hopes. He's absolutely on fire right now, taking 0 damage to put himself just 1 round from victory. Game over! Catalyst secures the final kill from the box to close out the series. He just completely dominated the map phase. Vortex put up a real fight, but he couldn't find an answer for that speed. Welcome to Mappas. We have Ignis taking on the heavy favorite Vortex for today's duel. Wow, what a fight. Ignis holds the height on those boxes and barely walks away from that mess. Early blow to the heavy favorite's confidence. Absolute chaos in the arena. He edges this one out by a hair to go up 2-0. He's really shaking the foundations of the ladder right now. Vortex manages to put the pressure back on, holding the ramp and keeping himself in this fight. It's an interesting contrast to their usual long-term history. Vortex claws back and we're deadlocked at 2 apiece. It's usually a different story when these two cross paths. What a battle! Vortex digs deep to clear him off the ramp, surviving by a thread. He's really asserting his dominance as the top-rated player here. He's just untouchable right now, securing another win from the ramp. The head-to-head history here is just staggering. A quick response from Ignis to keep the gap narrow. The underdog is really making his presence felt tonight. Vortex owns this matchup with a stunning 82% win rate over his opponent. So it makes sense that we're seeing him systematically break down the defense. Now it's a question of if Ignis can find a way to disrupt that trend. Vortex keeps the momentum, leading 5-4. A tight battle considering the huge rating gap between the two. Ignis strikes back to bring them level at 5-all. It's a complete reversal from the result they saw in their last meeting. Vortex is starting to pull away, claiming his second win in a row as we approach the midpoint. The higher seed is finally finding his footing here. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, everything is unfolding just as expected. He's comfortably in the driver's seat though. Ignis is keeping the deficit manageable for now. Time to see if Ignis responds. Vortex just barely edges ahead, sitting on a slim 1-round cushion. A strong showing for the man currently sitting mid-pack in the rankings. Ignis takes total control of the server, outplaying him from the ramp to even things up. He's showing a surprising amount of grit despite the overall history. Vortex just wiped the floor with him, ending that round in less than 2 seconds. The skill gap is clearly evident as we enter these final frames. Ignis gets the better of him once again, reacting quickly to clear that ramp. The pressure is mounting as they head into the home stretch tied. Ignis has officially snatched the lead, 9-8. He's really fighting against the grain given his long-term record here. What an intense exchange. He survives the trade and keeps this run going strong. A complete turnaround from their most recent meeting. Vortex manages to shut things down, trading a few hits before securing the kill. We are completely locked in at 10 apiece. He is definitely playing his way back to that top 5 standing. Ignis is putting on an absolute clinic right now, stepping up just when he needs it most. This looks more like the 13-9 win he secured against Catalyst earlier today. Vortex shows great awareness to find Ignis and take him down from the boxes. Vortex is really fighting to maintain the top 5 standing. A sudden shift in momentum as Vortex secures a massive advantage, putting himself just one round away from victory. Unbelievable! Ignis answers back with a perfect finish to force the overtime. Pure adrenaline now as we head into the extra frames. Ignis has completely flipped the script here, taking over a match he's historically struggled to even compete in. A complete shift in energy from their most recent encounter. Both players were fighting for space on that ramp, and Vortex just came out on top. The higher seed is refusing to let the underdog walk away. The pace of these exchanges is blistering. Neither one is giving the other an inch of breathing room. The rank 4 player is simply too composed here. He barely survived that exchange, but the victory puts him 1 point from the finish. That was an incredibly tight exchange to cap off the series. Ignis manages to claw back from a tough exchange, denying his opponent the final win. A fierce exchange, but Ignis secures the kill from the boxes to keep his momentum soaring. Pure ice in the veins as he forces another deadlocked set. Vortex holds a thin lead as we enter round 31. Total deadlock at 16-all for these two. Vortex takes the edge with a 17-16 lead. The higher seed is showing that elite experience in these closing moments. Absolute stalemate at 17 each as we hit round 34. Neither player is letting up as we push deeper into this overtime. Ignis surges ahead, claiming an 18-17 advantage. An unexpected turn of events considering the ratings gap. Ignis is now 2 rounds clear of Vortex. He really dug deep to close out that overtime, refusing to let the favorite slide back in. What a fight! Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Ignis and Catalyst facing off on fast aim to see who comes out on top. Catalyst reacted instantly to catch Ignis right as he stepped up onto the ramp. Expectations are high for the second ranked player today. Catalyst has historically controlled this matchup with an 80% win rate, and today the score reflects that total dominance. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can find a way to shift this momentum. Unreal. He almost lost it all there, but barely clutched out the win to keep the streak alive. Ignis takes control of the ramp to put an end to that run. He's facing a steep hill given the ranking gap here. Ignis just clears him off the wine box, continuing this impressive run of form. He's definitely proving that the initial gap in skill isn't a barrier. Catalyst holds a strong 3-round cushion right now. He's showing some serious grit, clawing back a point and cutting into that lead. The momentum is starting to swing toward the underdog. He holds the high ground on the ramp and puts his opponent in his sights. He's effectively wiped away that lead. Catalyst has been incredibly active today, putting up a 16-20 record in the last 24 hours. That high volume of games clearly gives him an edge in terms of sharpness. He seems far more comfortable in these high-pressure exchanges right now. It's an 8-4 lead for Catalyst heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly how the match started on paper. He's playing the role of the favorite perfectly so far. Fresh start for both. Catalyst is just relentlessly pulling away at 9-4. A clear case of class difference showing between these two. Ignis just takes the advantage and knocks him off the ramp to keep himself in this thing. Catalyst is practically cruise control now with a 10-5 lead. Ignis couldn't find the answer for that high ground play, leaving him completely exposed on the box. Absolute precision from the wine box as he secures match point with a clean headshot. Boom! He shuts the door with a final effortless spray to close it out. He looked completely outclassed today. That sub-second reaction time really showed the gap between the two players. Welcome everyone to Dunes. We've got a great matchup today between Vortex and the current favorite Catalyst. Catalyst really owns this rivalry with a 59% head-to-head win rate. That historical gap is exactly what we saw in their previous meeting where Catalyst took the series. The key is whether Vortex can finally break that pattern today. Catalyst is holding a narrow lead, 2 rounds to 1. The number 2 rated player looks sharp early on. Everything is balanced out now. We've got a dead heat heading into round 5. Catalyst keeps the upper hand with a slim 3-2 lead. He looks remarkably composed after that dominant 13-5 win against Ignis earlier. Catalyst is pulling away now, leading 4-2. He's currently putting together a massive run in his last few series. Vortex manages to trade blows back and forth, and now he's just a single round away from tying this up. Catalyst is just too oppressive right now, keeping the pressure high with that vertical advantage. Vortex is clawing back, trailing by just a single game. He's definitely fighting the momentum of a rough 11-23 day. We are completely locked in at 5 apiece. The number 5 rated player is looking dangerous right now. The rounds are flying by. These two are just instantly finding each other every time. It's a tight battle, but the higher rated side looks steady. We're all square at 6 apiece. I mean, Vortex is really defying the odds here. He's playing a perfect game so far against the second best player in the league. Sides are swapping. Let's get into it. Vortex has finally seized a 1-round advantage. It's a bold look for the 5th best player to push for the lead here. And we're back to an even split at 7 apiece. He's coming off a very active 17-19 stretch today. Vortex is really making a stand here, refusing to let Catalyst regain control of the series. Absolute deadlock at 8-all for these two titans. A classic showdown between the top 2 on the ladder. Vortex just edges ahead with a 9-8 lead. That's a high pressure spot for the 2 top seeds. Vortex has a clear historical advantage on this map with a 50% win rate. That edge is really starting to pay off given how hard Catalyst is struggling to hold his ground right now. It feels like the tables have completely turned. A total shutdown. He's now just 1 round away from finishing this. The favorite is looking completely rattled in this series. What a huge response from Catalyst, shutting down that immediate chance to end it. Unreal. He manages to escape with almost nothing left, keeping his hopes alive. Vortex secures the final kill and claims the victory. He's finally broken that losing streak against the second best in the world. An incredible way to turn the day around. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we have Ignis and Vortex facing off in the arena, with Vortex entering as the clear favorite today. Vortex really utilized that ramp to get the early advantage in the opener. The rating difference is certainly starting to play a role. Vortex owns this rivalry with a huge 81% career win rate. It makes perfect sense that he is putting that historical pressure on Ignis right now. We just have to see if Ignis can find a way to push back. Unbelievable! Ignis claws his way back from the brink to keep this fight alive. He's really fighting for every bit of health in these exchanges. Vortex keeps his grip on the lead, utilizing that height advantage to secure another round. Vortex is really putting that ranking advantage on display. Vortex manages to shut that down quickly, catching Ignis right as he tried to hold the ramp. He's putting that rank 4 status on full display right now. He secures another one from the ramp, really reclaiming the momentum here. His recent struggle with a 40% win rate over the last 10 hasn't slowed him down today. Both of them were trading heavy damage in a desperate scramble, but he eventually came out on top to keep his run going. Ignis is really struggling to find a way through here. Absolutely ruthless, he completely shuts down that challenge to stretch the lead even further. A surprising stalemate turned quickly into a one-sided finish, leaving the opponent completely outclassed. What a fight! He barely survives a brutal exchange to scramble past the finish line with just a sliver of health. It's a welcome flash of brilliance for the 21st ranked player. Vortex takes a commanding 10-2 lead into the break, and honestly this is exactly how you'd expect a top 4 player to perform. He's looking way too strong for Ignis right now. Time for a fresh start. Vortex holds the Tetris perfectly to shut this down and close in on the victory. Vortex has completely shut down any chance of a comeback. Vortex is just one round away from a sweep after securing that win from the ramp. The class difference is just too wide right now. A huge moment for Ignis, securing a clean kill from the Tetris to keep the dream alive. A surprising turn of events to snap that streak. What a finish! Vortex puts on a perfect display to close out the series with a pristine victory. He just completely owned this map today, showing exactly why he's sitting so high in the standings. Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today, where Ignis takes on the heavily favored Catalyst in this 1v1 clash. Emotion mid Catalyst holds a massive historical advantage, winning 80% of their encounters. It's clear that psychological edge is playing a role in this opener. We have to see if Ignis can actually shake that history Emotion mid. Catalyst really enjoyed that view from the wine crates to regain the lead. He's really starting to pull away after a high volume day. Catalyst is cruising along with a commanding 3-1 lead. A complete shutdown from the wine crates as he keeps this rolling. Ignis answers right back with a crisp headshot, showing some real grit in this effort. He's refusing to go away, securing another victory to close the gap. The pressure is really starting to mount for the favorite now. Unreal. He has completely turned the tide, leveling the series at 4 apiece. A swift response from the favorite to put himself back in front. Emotion mid Catalyst is showing why he's currently rated second in our league. His raw skill is really beginning to separate the two. Ignis had a few looks at this, but the consistency from the favorite is just too high emotion mid. We head into the break with Catalyst leading 8-4. The high seed is firmly in control, just as the analysts predicted. Ignis kept things interesting for a moment, but he's still fighting an uphill battle. Time for a fresh set of eyes. Catalyst keeps the pace, extending that lead to 9-4. He's certainly not letting up after that heavy win over Ignis earlier today. Catalyst is just refusing to let the door open, securing another easy one from those wine crates. The gap in class is on full display here. The momentum swings back instantly as Catalyst secures his third straight point. Ignis catches him right off the flowers to get another point on the board. A complete shutout here, and he's just 1 point away from wrapping this up. The higher seed is simply too precise in these exchanges. A lightning-fast reaction from Ignis to keep the game alive for a few more seconds. He's showing he can hang with the top-tier talent in this series. And there it is. He closes it out with a perfect final sequence to take the victory. He just looked far too fast in those flick exchanges, and that sub-half second reaction time really told the story today. Welcome to the league. Today we've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off in a high-stakes duel on Orange. Catalyst has historically beaten Vortex in nearly 60% of their encounters. It's a huge mental edge to have when you start the series this way. It'll be interesting to see if Vortex can shake off that history today. Catalyst is really controlling the pace up 2-1. That's a tough look for the second ranked player right now. Catalyst really likes that ramp position. It's given him a huge advantage in this early stretch. He's really making the most of his top 2 spot on the ladder. Catalyst is just dominating, pushing ahead to a 3-2 lead. And just like that, Vortex ties it up at 3-3. We're seeing the Munda 4 seed really step up his game. Unreal speed from Vortex. He's completely shifted the energy of this game with 3 straight. His match against Ignis earlier was far more one-sided than this. What a fight! He manages to claw out a win from the edge of defeat. Vortex is proving he can handle the pressure against the higher rated opponent. Catalyst answers back immediately, showing a fast response to get the round. Vortex has been fighting an uphill battle with his all-time stats, and honestly seeing him take a 2-round lead here is a huge statement. He's effectively negated the rating gap between himself and the second best player in the league. It's a bold start to the match. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, everything about this first half defies the odds. Catalyst is usually the safer bet, but he's just not finding his footing against a very confident underdog. Time for a quick reset. Catalyst fights back, leaving Vortex with a narrow lead. Both players are really fighting for every single point in this one. Vortex is staring down an 8-6 cushion here. He's really turning the tables after those early series losses. The pressure is really mounting on Catalyst now, as he's just not able to find a way to stop the momentum. A flawless response from the higher seed to keep himself in this game. He's fighting a tough tide after a rough outing against Xenon. He's showing great resolve here, continuing his climb back into this contest. Just a surgical finish to close out that exchange. Wow, what a scrap! Both of them were nearly out of health, but he somehow pulls through. Both of these guys have been incredibly active throughout the day. He's refusing to let this game slip away, shutting that exchange down instantly. He's found another gear, bringing this entire set back to a dead-even split. The momentum shifted fast after that rough start for the second-seeded player. The surge continues and the top seed is now just 2 rounds shy of a victory. This looks like a complete reversal from that tough series against Xenon. Vortex is back in it, leveling the score at 11-11. A really tight clash, considering the rankings between these two. Absolutely fierce exchange, but he holds his ground to take the lead. He's completely shifted the energy compared to his recent losses. Absolute madness. We are headed to overtime after an incredible fight from Catalyst to even the score. Vortex has a real chance to close this out, putting his opponent in a very tough spot for this next exchange. It's a huge statement considering their overall head-to-head history. Good heavens! He barely scrapes through that exchange with practically nothing left in the tank. He's looking like a man on a mission after that earlier victory. He is simply unstoppable right now, moving to 15-12 with that win. He's really proving that his seed isn't the only thing that matters. What a reaction! He shuts that down instantly and keeps his hopes alive. A clean stop to keep this fight going. He needed that to stay in the server. Boom! He closes it out with total precision to secure the victory. He really fought for every inch of that map, especially having to claw through overtime to finally pull it off. That's a huge mental victory for him today. What a fight! Welcome to the show. We've got Ignis and Vortex facing off on red line, though Vortex enters this one as the clear favorite. Vortex has a dominant 81% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. He's certainly not feeling the pressure here, since he already shut down Ignis quite convincingly in their most recent meeting. We'll see if Ignis can actually find a way to disrupt that throw. A real scrap on the ramp there, and Vortex just manages to edge it out. He's currently playing a much higher level than his opponent. Vortex is just cruising with a commanding 3-1 lead. He is comfortably settled into that top 5 slot on the ladder. Vortex stays in control, leading 3-2. Coming off a very rough run of games lately. Vortex just wipes him right off the Tetris to keep the pressure on. The skill gap is really starting to show through. Vortex simply refused to let him hold that high ground, just deleting him from the boxes. Unreal, Ignis barely survives that absolute war from the ramp to claw another one back. He's finally showing some fight in this series. Vortex is really leaning into a strong 3-win streak lately. And looking at how he's handled the pressure today, it feels like he's simply playing at a different speed than Ignis right now. It's going to be tough for the underdog to shift the momentum with a lead this substantial. Vortex shuts down that comeback attempt by picking him right off the ramp. That consistency makes sense given he's currently sitting at 4th on the ladder. Vortex holds a huge 9-3 lead as we head into the break. Honestly, the gap between these two is exactly what we saw on paper. He is putting on a strong showing and looks poised to close this out fast. Ignis needs an immediate spark here. Vortex keeps his pace up, comfortably taking that shot from the ramp. He's really continuing to tear through a very tough day for his opponent. Ignis just snatched that one away, reacting quickly to catch Vortex while he was perched up high. Just a glimpse of what he can do when things swing his way. Ignis is really putting on a clinic right now, utilizing those boxes to secure another win. He's definitely making this series more interesting than their last outing. Vortex quickly puts a stop to that brief rally to keep the pressure high. He's really leaning on that top 4 rating to close the distance. Vortex is just one step away from ending this whole affair. Just another example of why he was such a heavy favorite. What an absolute statement! Vortex cleans him up and secures the match. He just completely owned the map today, proving exactly why he's a force to be reckoned with right now. Welcome to the Dunes. Ignis and Catalyst are ready for a great battle, though the favorite here is definitely Catalyst. Catalyst looks comfortable already, utilizing that high ground to secure an early lead. The top tier skill showing early from the favorite. Catalyst has a massive lead over the long term, winning 81% of their total head-to-head encounters. It makes sense why he's starting so comfortably here. I really wonder if Ignis can find a way to shift the momentum before this gets out of hand. He's just untouchable right now, making this a total shutout. That top 4% ranking is clearly making a difference. Finally gets a round on the board for Ignis. His historical map edge here might be starting to play a part. He just shuts him down right off the box, keeping the streak alive. He's definitely shaking off those earlier nerves. Catalyst handles the pressure well and manages to drag Ignis right off that box. Ignis has struggled in his last few series today. He's showing a lot of grit, clamping down on the lead to keep this game within reach. It's a bit of a surprise given the odds for this matchup. Ignis has struggled lately, winning only 20% of his last 10 matches. That lack of confidence really shows in these exchanges. It'll be a tough climb back if he can't find a way to string these rounds together. Catalyst just completely takes over the map from that box, putting a huge grip on this series. He's proving why he sits near the very top of the ladder. The momentum shifts completely as he extends his lead just before the break. A commanding start for Catalyst with a 9-3 lead. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected. With that ranking advantage, he's just simply outclassing Ignis right now. Let's see if Ignis wakes up. Catalyst keeps his foot on the gas, securing another quick win from the box. It's been a rough stretch for Ignis throughout the day. The rounds are just flying by now. It feels like Catalyst is ending these in the blink of an eye. Another effortless exchange, and Catalyst is now just one round away from victory. Unbelievable! He closes it out with a lightning fast shot to secure the series. He just looked too fast for him today. That's a rough result for Ignis, who's really struggling to put together a string of wins lately. Welcome everyone to the arena. We have a great match today between Vortex and Catalyst to see who takes the win. What a scrap! Catalyst barely scrapes through after holding the Tetris in that nail biter. Catalyst usually manages to get the upper hand in these encounters, winning almost 60% of their total head-to-head matches. It's clear that the early momentum is shifting toward Vortex after that last victory. I wonder if that's the start of a larger trend for them today. We're deadlocked at 2 apiece. Who blinks first? He's really leaning into that high seed tonight. Catalyst is really putting the pressure on here, taking control of the pace and forcing Vortex onto the defensive. Absolute chaos now that Vortex has tied things up. He's fighting a tough uphill battle against the overall head-to-head lead. Catalyst really likes that high ground, making a quick play from the Tetris to keep the lead. A very impressive showing from the world number 3 so far. Unreal. He barely walks away from that exchange with a tiny sliver of health remaining. Vortex edges ahead and now holds the thin advantage. He is really capitalizing on that recent form right now. Catalyst manages to find his footing again, taking a clean fight from the ramp to break that momentum. A strong recovery for the higher rated side here. Vortex is making it very difficult for Catalyst to find any consistent ground here. The number 4 seed is looking incredibly sharp today. We've got a dead heat at 6-6, and honestly, Vortex is playing way above his usual standing in this matchup. He's refusing to let the favorite pull away, and is looking just as strong as the top seed. Let's see who takes it. Good grief, that was an absolute war, and he barely survives the exchange from the Tetris. His overall career record certainly backs up this performance. Catalyst is just relentless right now, using that height on the Tetris to build a real cushion. A tough spot for the underdog to be in right now. That was an absolute shutout. He completely takes over the map now. He's just on another level right now, putting up a huge 4-round run. The higher seed is effectively shutting everything down right now. He's just completely taking over this map now, securing 5 straight rounds in a row. Vortex manages to outduel him from the ramp to get back in this. A great way to shake off a tough stretch of rounds. The gap is closing quickly. Catalyst looked in total control, but now he's fighting off a surging opponent. He refuses to go away, clutching out another round in a brutal brawl to keep the momentum swinging. The pressure is definitely mounting on the higher seed now. He puts a stop to the rally here and now sits just 1 round away from victory. Really showing why he entered this server with a higher rating. Unbelievable speed. Catalyst shuts the door right there to claim the match. He really knows how to play the odds on this map. Vortex put up a hell of a fight, but that experience in the arena just proved too much. Welcome everyone, we're on fast aim today as Ignis takes on the heavy favorite, Vortex. Let's get started. Vortex looked sharp immediately, securing that first round with an aggressive play from the ramp. Vortex holds a huge advantage in their head-to-head history, winning 81% of their previous encounters. But we're seeing a much tighter contest early on. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can actually break that pattern tonight. We are all squared up as they head into round 5. He's definitely proving why he's top 5 in the world right now. Vortex is really starting to stack up some momentum here, putting a lot of pressure on Ignis. Still a dead heat at 3 apiece for these two. He's playing the role of the spoiler tonight. Ignis is starting to shift the momentum in his favor, taking control from the toolbox. It's a complete reversal from that previous meeting on red line. Vortex is refusing to let Ignis build any real momentum, shutting him down quickly while he was holding the ramp. Ignis has a slim lead now, putting him up 5-4. That's a huge shift given his recent struggles. Back to a total deadlock at 5 apiece. It's a stark contrast to the way he dominated earlier on red line. These rounds are flying by. Ignis is reacting with incredible speed right now. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock. Nobody saw this coming. Ignis has completely ignored his recent loss streak to hold his ground against the number 4 ranked player in the world. Let's see who blinks first. Vortex is starting to put a real grip on this set, using that ramp to shut down Ignis' attempt to push from the box. Tough break for a player who's already struggling this week. Ignis has been really struggling today with a 2-7 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that lack of confidence into this map. Vortex is capitalized on that mental edge to extend his lead as the match enters the final stretch. He's completely locked in, using the wine box to keep his lead firmly at 9-6. He is firmly asserting his place as a top 5 ladder presence. He's refusing to go down easily, clawing back around to keep things interesting. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. Vortex is making a very strong push toward the finish line here. A tough spot for someone currently sitting at rank 25. Vortex cleans up from the planks and puts himself just 1 round away from victory. Exactly what you'd expect from a top 5 global powerhouse. What a finish! Vortex closes it out with a perfect shot, taking the series victory. Despite the early fight, that gap in rankings was just too much to overcome in the end. Welcome to the Berserk League. Ignis and Catalyst are facing off on orange, with the favorite looking to dominate today. Catalyst owns the head-to-head history here, taking 81% of their past meetings. It makes sense given that he sits near the top of our ladder, while Ignis is right in the middle. We'll see if that psychological edge keeps the momentum rolling. Catalyst just pulls ahead, leaving Ignis chasing a comeback. Expectations are certainly being met so far. The speed of these encounters is just wild. Both players are reacting in the blink of an eye. The gap in their rankings is starting to show here. Catalyst holds a narrow lead going into round 5. The 2v2 seed is definitely feeling the heat right now. We've got a dead hit at 3 apiece. He's really fighting through a tough run of form today. Absolute control from Ignis right now, taking his 3rd straight round with ease. Something's definitely different than their last meeting on those dooms. A quick response here to put things back on even ground. Both players have looked quite evenly matched since the start. Catalyst manages to edge ahead, leading by a single point. The gap in raw skill is starting to manifest. He's taking full control now, completely shutting down any hope of a comeback from his opponent. He looks just as comfortable as he did during that previous blowout. That's a brutal exchange, but he secures another win to keep his momentum surging. Things look just as grim as they did during that blowout on Dunes. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, everything is playing out as we expected. He's showing why he belongs at the top of the rankings with those cleaner rounds. Let's see if the lead holds. Ignis has only managed a handful of wins in his last 10 outings. It's becoming clear that his struggles from earlier in the day are continuing to haunt him here. He really needs to find a way to disrupt this flow. Catalyst is cruising now with a commanding 9-5 lead. He's truly playing at the level a rank 25 player can't keep up with. He shuts that door quickly, keeping the pressure high with another clean elimination. Both players landed heavy hits, but he outlasts his opponent in an intense scrap. He outduels Ignis in a chaotic scramble, leaving him just one step away from victory. The disparity in their skill levels is just glaring today. And that's it! Catalyst closes out the series with a perfect final round to secure the win. He really stepped up a gear and just completely dismantled his opponent in the end. Welcome to Red Line. Vortex and Catalyst are stepping up for this duel, but the favorite here will have to stay sharp. Vortex wastes no time getting an early lead, cleaning up Catalyst right off the Tetris. A shaky start for the higher seeded player today. Catalyst holds a significant historical edge here, winning nearly 60% of their lifetime encounters. It's clear he knows exactly how to handle this opponent. I'm wondering if Vortex can find a way to disrupt that pattern today. Catalyst is just too efficient right now, using that ramp to keep the pressure high. He's really leaning into that number 2 ranking right now. Vortex is playing a very fast game right now, quickly neutralizing that height advantage for the tie. He's clearly feeling the pressure after that loss to Ignis earlier today. Vortex is capitalizing on every single mistake, really taking over the map now. A really impressive showing from the 4th ranked player right now. He's simply untouchable right now, picking up another win to keep the momentum swinging. His recent 13-5 showing against Ignis set a very high bar today. He secures another effortless point from the ramp, firmly in control of the server. A tough spot for the number 2 seed to be in. He manages to pull that one back, finally knocking Vortex off the ramp. He's fighting to close that gap after a tough start. Vortex reads the movement perfectly, catching Catalyst right as he tries to play the ramp. A total shutdown on that exchange, showing real grit as he claws back into this set. He keeps his focus, keeping the gap narrow as we head into the final round of the half. Both players are fighting hard to reclaim control before the break. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead at the break, and honestly, this is a huge surprise. Catalyst enters with a massive 75% win rate on Red Line, but he's struggling to keep pace with the underdog right now. Let's see if Catalyst can reset. Vortex is starting to put some real distance between himself and his opponent here. Coming into this as the underdog, he's really challenging the status quo. Catalyst puts on a clinic from the ramp, showing some serious resolve to keep his hopes alive. His top tier positioning is finally starting to translate into rounds. He's showing incredible grit, quickly stacking up another point to keep this contest close. He really looks like he's found his footing in this series. What a surge! He burns through another point from the box to bring us completely level. He's definitely playing with a lot more confidence now. He is on fire. That's 4 straight for the trailing seed as he takes the lead. The momentum has shifted completely in favor of the higher seed. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, securing another victory from the ramp. Total dominance as the lead stretches to 2. Vortex puts an end to that run, keeping himself within striking distance. He's fighting for a redraw after that loss earlier on Blame map. Catalyst manages to secure another point from the ramp, continuing his determined climb up the scoreboard. He's definitely making the most of his higher seeding here. He's practically unstoppable right now, putting himself just a single round away from victory. The pressure is truly mounting for the lower seeded player. Unreal, he closes out the series in style to secure the win. He just couldn't find the answer for those lightning fast peaks. This result really plays right into the history books for the top seed. Welcome to the show. Ignis and Vortex are facing off on Mappas, with Vortex heading into this one as the clear favorite. Vortex has won a huge majority of their previous encounters. It's a massive contrast to how Ignis is starting this set. We're seeing an early surprise, and it'll be interesting to see if Ignis can actually flip the script today. Vortex quickly claims that ramp control to keep things tight. Vortex is used to coming out on top in these meetings. Vortex just looks too sharp right now, continuing that momentum with another fast finish from the ramp. Both players were fighting for that same piece of ground, and Ignis just came out on top. Ignis keeps the pressure high, catching Vortex completely off guard while he was perched up on the boxes. Vortex just managed to trade that ramp control back, and we're back to a dead heat here. He's definitely the more experienced player in this rivalry. Ignis has a 52% win rate on this particular map, and honestly that familiarity seems to be bridging the gap against a much higher rated opponent. He's fighting back despite the massive skill difference on the ladder. Now let's see if he can actually close this out. He completely shuts down that ramp attempt, moving to a commanding 4-round lead. He's completely outclassed his opponent in this stretch, taking total control heading into the break. Ignis takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, it's a shocking start for Vortex. We're looking at a possible upset here given how a number 4 ranked player is struggling against the underdog. Time for Vortex to wake up. Vortex is fighting back, now trailing by only 3. He has easily dominated most of their previous encounters. Unreal, he barely escapes with his life after that brutal scrap from the ramp. He's really digging in now to close that gap. Vortex keeps this rolling, cutting down the leader right off that ramp. The momentum shift is feeling inevitable right now. Ignis puts a stop to that run, reclaiming a 2-round cushion. He's defying those lifelong head-to-head numbers right now. Ignis is just too quick right now, cutting Vortex down the moment he stepped onto the ramp. He secures another victory from the ramp, quickly building a huge lead. Vortex manages to secure this one, showing a bit more resilience in the exchange. He's certainly showing the class we expect from a top 5 player. A totally effortless finish for him, refusing to let his opponent get back into a rhythm. He's starting to play like the seed he's listed as. A clean dismantle from the ground as he wipes Ignis right off that ramp. He looks far more comfortable now after that shaky start. Ignis pushes back firmly and puts himself in a position to end this series right now. He is showing exactly why the experts were skeptical of the favorite. Vortex refuses to go quietly, shutting down that closing opportunity with a perfect response. A very composed sequence to claw right back into this. What a finish! Ignis closes the door with a flawless shot to secure the victory. I can't believe we just saw that happen! To walk away with a win after being outclassed in almost every head-to-head they've ever played is just massive. What a series! Welcome everyone, we're on Italy today as Ignis takes on the heavily favored Catalyst in this 1v1 match. Catalyst has a commanding 81% win rate in their head-to-head history. It is a massive gap in experience, but the map stats show that the two players are actually very close in skill on this specific terrain. I wonder if that's enough for Ignis to flip the script today. Absolutely crushing it. He's moving purely on instinct right now. Quite the contrast to that close one Ignis just had against Vortex. Another perfect exchange for Ignis, making it 4 straight without breaking a sweat. A tough start for a player who dominated their last 3 games. What a scrap. He barely scrapes through that one to keep the streak alive. A complete role reversal from their last encounter on Orange. Just relentless. Ignis has completely seized control of this opening stretch. Unbelievable start for the lower rated player in this pair. Catalyst finally responds with a lightning fast kill to get back on the board. Ignis has been fighting through a tough stretch, with only 20% of his last 10 matches ending in a win. It's clearly an uphill battle for him even when he starts strong. The question is whether he can stop this current slide before Catalyst recovers his full form. Ignis is simply dominating, putting Catalyst in a deep hole. Rarely do we see a top 2 ranked player struggle this much. He's just too sharp right now, putting his opponent away in a heartbeat. Purely unexpected results coming from this matchup. Ignis takes a huge 10-2 lead into the break. I mean, he's playing out of his mind and completely ignoring the rank difference. Catalyst looks totally lost right now. Time to see if Catalyst wakes up. Catalyst finds a narrow opening, cutting the lead to 10-3. He's clearly trying to dig himself out of this hole. The momentum is completely shifted. Catalyst is just unable to find any answers for him right now. He quickly shuts down that attempt at a comeback, putting himself just 1 round away from victory. A very clean shot there, but the pressure is still firmly on Catalyst. He's fighting to prove his top tier rank belongs in this match. That was a blistering shot to keep the pressure on as Ignis looks to close this out. He's really finding his second wind, securing another dominant kill from the wine. The hot hand is officially with Catalyst now, securing another effortless point to keep the game alive. He's simply too fast to stop right now, pushing his run to 5 straight. He refuses to go down quietly, keeping his run alive with another gutsy win. He's practically untouchable, erasing his opponent in a blink to reach 7 straight wins. He is simply on fire, continuing an incredible surge that has nearly erased the deficit. Unbelievable resolve from Catalyst, equalizing the score with a perfect finish to force this into overtime. He just barely pulled it off in that scramble, extending his run to 10 straight. It's a textbook result based on the ladder standings. What a turnaround! Ignis claims this one with a lightning fast response to halt that streak. Ignis is really stepping up his game, putting a huge amount of pressure on the favorite right now. A wild exchange of shots, but he finishes the fight to stay in total command. It is a huge mental test for the favorite right now. A total shutout there, showing just how much grit Catalyst has as he keeps this fight going. He looks completely composed as he locks in another perfect round to reach a stalemate. We've reached an absolute deadlock in this series. Catalyst holds the edge by a single point. Now, Catalyst is holding onto a 2-point lead here. He's playing his way back to a stand that we expected. Catalyst barely clings to a 1-point lead here. Ignis is fighting for every single point here. Catalyst is firmly in control with an 18-16 lead. He's proving exactly why he's the higher ranked player in this series. Catalyst has a healthy cushion leading 19-16. He almost had the upset of the day, but he just couldn't hold that lead in overtime. An absolute warrior performance from Ignis. He had to work for that. Welcome everyone. We've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off on fast aim to see who can claim victory today. Vortex capitalized on that ramp, positioning early to put a quick point on the board. Catalyst has won 59% of their all-time meetings. It's interesting to see that historical weight not translating into an early lead for the favorite. The question now is whether Catalyst can dig in and flip this script. Vortex is really putting the pressure on, cleaning up Catalyst from the toolbox to extend that lead. He's fighting through a rough stretch after that close defeat to Ignis. Vortex is just dominating with a huge 4-1 cushion. The second ranked player on the ladder is looking quite vulnerable right now. He's showing some real grit now, clawing back another round to keep this fight alive. Catalyst earns another one, flicking right to the window for an effortless finish. A precarious spot for someone who's currently floating in the top 10. That was a total brawl on the ramp, but Vortex came out on top to put a bit of distance between them. Vortex is really fighting the tide of those earlier losses today. Vortex is currently sporting a 15-19 record over the last day. It's a surprising turnaround because he usually struggles against a high-caliber opponent like Catalyst. We're seeing a complete reversal of their typical dynamic. He just can't find an answer for those ramp shots, putting his opponent on a triple win streak. He's taking full control of a matchup he usually loses. Catalyst secures another with a strong play from the ramp. The second ranked player is starting to show his class here. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. Well, the underdog is actually playing the role of the aggressor here. We're seeing a massive shift in momentum compared to their head-to-head history. Let's see who blinks first. Vortex just pulls further ahead, now sitting at 8-5. He's fighting back hard after that tough loss on red line. He keeps the pressure on from the wine box, narrowing the gap to 8-6. The higher seed is finally showing some composure. Vortex strikes again, pushing his advantage to 9-6. He claws another one back from the wine box, refusing to let the lead slip away. The underdog is definitely refusing to go quiet in this series. Unbelievable. He almost let that one slide, barely clutching the win with just 8 health left. He picks him right off the ramp, showing some real tenacity to keep the deficit manageable. The momentum is shifting for the higher seed. Vortex just shut that down from the wine box, making the lead even more comfortable. Vortex is proving he can handle the heat against the world number 2. A tight exchange here, but the higher seed just walks away without taking any damage. This is certainly a step up from the pace he saw against Shade. What a scrap! He nearly falls, but manages to survive with a sliver of health to put himself one round away from victory. Absolutely heart-stopping to see those low health pools holding up. Incredible finish! He barely survives that fight to take down his opponent and close out the series. He really fought through the nerves to take this one down. An incredible shift in their long-term rivalry. What a fight! Welcome to the Dunes. We've got Ignis facing off against the heavy favorite Vortex in this high-stakes duel. Vortex has completely owned this matchup historically, holding a huge lead in their head-to-head history. It's a surprising start for Ignis to take the lead against someone who usually has the upper hand. We'll see if the underdog can actually keep this pace. Vortex claws back to lead 2-1 after a tough fight. The difference in their ladder positions is starting to show. Unbelievable. Both players were practically empty, but he scrapes through to extend the streak. The skill difference is starting to be felt here. He's simply too fast right now, walking away with a 4th straight victory. His rank 4 status is really shining through right now. He's just completely untouchable right now, picking up another flawless point. This looks a lot like their usual head-to-head meetings. Ignis puts a stop to that run with a clean exchange. He's definitely playing with a lot more confidence after that victory on Mapas. He's showing some serious grit here, stacking up another win to close the gap. Vortex is starting to look a lot more human now. Vortex has spent most of the day battling a bit of a slump. Seeing as he's only gone 16-19 in his last several games, the pressure is really on him to stabilize this lead. It'll be interesting to see if that struggle continues. He's putting on a real display of tenacity, keeping the pressure high heading into the break. The gap in the scoreboard is virtually gone now. Vortex heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, things are playing out exactly how we expected. He's in the driver's seat, but Ignis is definitely making him work for every single point. Let's see a big push from Ignis. Vortex takes control again, pushing his lead to 8-5. He's definitely the stronger player on paper, and that's starting to show. He's refusing to go away, snatching another point with a lightning fast shot. Vortex is pulling away now, sitting comfortably at 9-6. A shaky start for the 25th seed today. Vortex had no problem dealing with that high ground, and he's really starting to put some distance between them. It's looking like the usual result between these two. He's completely shutting down his opponent, taking the lead to a commanding 11. Ignis manages to claw back around here, cutting the deficit to 4. He needs a high effort shift to overcome a massive historical deficit. Ignis is really capitalizing on that high ground, putting out some seriously quick numbers from the Tetris. He's nearly there. That lightning fast reaction puts him on the verge of victory. The confidence is back for that top seed. A sharp response from Ignis, keeping his hopes alive by denying the match point. Ignis is truly fighting for his life right now. He secures another round from the box, showing some serious grit to stay in this. This is far from the one-sided beat we expected today. What a finish! Vortex closes the deal with a perfect strike to secure the victory. Ignis pushed him to the absolute limit, but he just couldn't find that final gear to seal the deal. He really stepped up today. Hard-fought win. Welcome to the Berserk League. Ignis and Catalyst are facing off on red line though. Catalyst enters as the clear favorite here. Catalyst has a massive advantage in the head-to-head, winning over 80% of their past meetings. So we have to wonder if the pressure of being the favorite is getting to him early on. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can keep this pace. Ignis is firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. That second ranked rating should be starting to tell. Ignis is really making things difficult right now, utilizing that ramp to keep the pressure high. He's playing way above his usual number today. Catalyst just clawed back into it with that high ground play on the Tetris. He definitely has the higher ceiling in these types of matchups. Unreal. Ignis claws back the lead by a single health point after dragging his opponent off the Tetris. That's a total reversal from the 1916 result we saw recently. Ignis is on a roll, picking him clean off that ramp to really pull away here. The resilience is there as Catalyst outlasts him on the ramp to shrink that gap. Still feels like he's got a lot of ground to make up. He just shuts that down from the Tetris and continues his steady climb back into this match. The momentum is shifting back to where the odds makers expected it. What an answer! He clears out the ramp to pull completely even in this set. He's finally proving why he went into this as the heavy favorite. Another fast win for Catalyst, who is completely tearing through this momentum as we head toward the break. We're all square at 6-6. Ignis is really holding his own despite the disparity in their overall rankings. Catalyst erased the lead with that 4-round streak, but the underdog is proving he can compete here. Fresh start for both of them. He's just outdueling him here, finally seizing control of the series. The skill gap is starting to manifest in the closer exchanges. And we are back to a deadlock at 7 apiece. He's really digging in after those 2 tough losses today. Ignis barely edges ahead, taking a slim 1-round lead. He's certainly playing the spoiler after that tough loss to Vortex earlier. Absolute chaos in this exchange, and he somehow scrapes through with a miracle survival. That's an incredible amount of pressure to put on his opponent. He just deletes him right off the ramp to stay in this contest. We're seeing that top tier consistency start to peak during these late game skirmishes. Ignis has actually suffered through a 3-11 run over the last day. It's quite a shift to see him comfortably in the driver's seat right now. If he can push this lead any further, we might be looking at a genuine anomaly. Wow, he barely clings to life after shaking him off the ramp in a frantic fight. A tight exchange, but he manages to outlast him there. Ignis simply cleans up from the ramp to put himself just 1 step away from victory. It's a complete role reversal from what we expected seeing these 2 start today. A completely clean read to keep his hopes alive. He's desperately trying to reclaim that top tier status. He manages to survive by a hair in a frantic battle, keeping the dream alive. His current form makes this feel like a very plausible outcome. Absolute perfection. Ignis shuts the door right there to secure the victory. A total shocker to end the set, especially with how Catalyst dominated their history. He truly fought for every inch of that victory. Hard-fought win. Welcome everyone to Mapas. We have Vortex and Catalyst facing off today to see who comes out on top. Vortex is coming in with a lot of confidence after that 13-9 win in their most recent encounter. It's interesting because Catalyst usually dominates the head-to-head record. We'll see if that historic advantage still matters here. Vortex is just too quick off the draw, catching Catalyst as he tried to hold the ramp. Really unexpected start for someone currently sitting higher on the ladder. Vortex is pulling ahead, leading 2-1 now. He needs to lean on that higher ladder rank to get things moving. Vortex is firmly in control with a 3-1 lead. It is a tough start for the favorite of this series. Catalyst is really quickly adjusting, catching Vortex right as he played the ramp. He is definitely showing why he's the slightly higher rated player. Vortex is really putting on a show here, outclassing the favorite in these early exchanges. A really surprising turn of events given that huge head-to-head lead. Vortex has a strong 70% win rate in his last 10 matches. It's a stark contrast to how he's traditionally struggled against Catalyst. I wonder if the higher seeded player can find a way to break this momentum. That was a brutal exchange where both players traded heavy damage before Catalyst finally secured the kill. A close call there, barely managing to survive that final burst. Catalyst secures another round, picking him off the container as he refuses to let this match slip away. A clean response to get the game right back to a 1-round difference. Vortex still holds a 2-round cushion over Catalyst. The top 3 matchup is proving to be a real toss-up. He manages to secure another one from the ramp, continuing this gutsy climb back into the game. He's finally got a bit of breathing room here. We go into the break all tied up at 6 apiece. I mean, it's a massive shift in expectations. Catalyst usually looks so much stronger in these series, but Vortex is playing a perfect game to stay level. Let's see who blinks first. He just keeps pushing, asserting his will to take a narrow lead in this set. That's a really disciplined way to take back the control. The pressure is really mounting on his opponent as the comeback continues. He's really starting to resemble that dominant version of himself we've seen before. Vortex secures this one from the ramp, really putting the pressure on Catalyst now. The top 4 on the ladder are certainly fighting for every single point. Catalyst holds his ground on the ramp, shaking off the pressure to stay ahead by 2. The gap in their overall ratings is starting to feel relevant. He's just refusing to go down today. A ridiculously fast snap from him to keep the pressure climbing. A lightning fast response to shake off that last scare. Catalyst edges ahead by 1 in an absolute nail-biter. Hard to ignore the pressure after his rough set of games today. Pure deadlock now with both players sitting at 10. Both players have exactly 18 wins today so far. He manages to keep his composure from the ramp, pushing his lead to 11. His overall rank is starting to feel like a factor here. What a statement! Catalyst wipes him off the ramp and puts himself 1 step away from victory. The top-seeded player is definitely finding his stride at the right time. Unbelievable! Catalyst closes the door on this match and completes an incredible surge to take the win. He really fought back to steal that victory after such a shaky start. A massive effort from both players to keep it this tight. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we have Ignis and Vortex facing off on orange, with the favorite looking to keep their dominance. Vortex is just crushing this matchup with a high 81% historical win rate. And that gap in skill looks very apparent right now. It'll be tough for Ignis to find a way back into this one. Vortex is absolutely rolling with a 2-0 lead. He's sitting in the top 10 of our rating right now. What a scrap. He practically barely escaped that one to get back on the board. A bold start for the underdog who struggled in their last few meetings. Vortex holds a commanding 3-1 lead. Vortex seems determined to keep the 13-10 result from their last match. Ignis finally claws back to trail by just one. The numbers say one thing, but the actual gameplay is tightening up. The pace is really picking up. These last few exchanges have been over in a flash. Vortex is definitely playing like the higher seed here. Ignis has really struggled today, going 4-11 over the last 24 hours, and you can tell he's carrying that weight into this series. He needs a huge shift in momentum if he wants to turn this around. He's refusing to go away, securing another easy point to keep the pressure on. He's fighting for every point in this series. Vortex keeps the lead, now sitting firmly at 6. His rank 5 status is starting to look very legit. Vortex is just cruising now, reaching 7 rounds. He's definitely looking like the more polished player tonight. That was nearly instantaneous. He's really putting the pressure on as we approach the break. Vortex takes a nice 8-4 lead into the break. He's controlling this just as the seeding suggested. He'll need just 5 more rounds to put this game away. Let's see if Ignis can find his rhythm. Vortex is simply relentless, pushing his tally to 9. Vortex is really making his class difference felt today. Vortex is just out of sight now, leading 10-4. Just a massive contrast in how these two are playing right now. Ignis is refusing to let this game slip away entirely, keeping the pressure on as he fights to close the gap. He's certainly fighting to avoid another double-digit loss today. Ignis picks up a crucial round to make it 10-6. He's definitely showing more resilience than he did in that last head-to-head. That's another spotless execution, and now the momentum has completely shifted in his favor. He shuts that door quickly, keeping the lead comfortably at 11. He's really making his high rating on the ladder count. Ignis is trading blows with him now, refusing to let this slide into a blowout. A sharp burst from the favorite, and he's now just one step away from closing this out. The consistency from the top seed is just undeniable tonight. Unbelievable. He closes it out with a perfect shot to claim the victory. He just proves once again why he owns the head-to-head record between these two. A very professional performance all around. Welcome everyone! We have Ignis and Catalyst facing off in the arena, where the favorites will look to dominate. Catalyst holds an incredibly strong record in the head-to-head matchup. It's clearly evident that he knows exactly how to read this opponent. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can use that recent victory they shared to close this gap. Ignis is climbing ahead with a narrow 2-1 lead. The number 2 rated player is feeling the pressure early. That was a fast exchange. Catalyst is clearly refusing to let Ignis build any real momentum right now. Catalyst flips the script to take a 3-2 lead. He's really starting to lean into that top tier ranking. Unbelievable. Catalyst barely survives that exchange, managing to clear Ignis off the ramp with just a sliver of health left. Absolute perfection. He just completely shuts down any hope of a comeback here. It's starting to look like a typical outing for the favorite. He's completely in control, picking off Ignis from the ramp for another effortless win. Ignis manages to claw one back, preventing the favorite from going on a total tear. He's showing a lot of heart, shutting that door quickly to keep this comeback alive. He's making this look like a very fair fight right now. What a performance. He's completely erased the deficit and is now firmly in the driver's seat. The underdog is making a serious statement right now. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. Ignis is playing way above his rank right now. It's rare to see a player this far down the rankings hold their own against the world number 2 for an entire half. Fresh sides, fresh start. He's refusing to buckle, securing another point to move into the lead. It's a complete reversal of expectations for this series. Catalyst handles the pressure well here, quickly shutting down Ignis while he was fighting from the ramp. He's not backing down at all, securing another point to further fuel this comeback. He's making the heavy favorite look very human today. We are completely tied up at 8 apiece. The ladder difference is clearly visible in those fast reactions. Catalyst edges ahead, grabbing the 9th round. It's been a long day for Catalyst with 19 total wins already. A total shutdown by the favorite, who is now firmly in control of this match. Insane. He almost went down, but somehow clawed out of that brawl to keep the momentum swinging. That was a grueling slugfest, but Ignis manages to emerge on top to pull the score even. It's becoming a total toss-up between these two. Catalyst manages to knock Ignis right off the ramp to reclaim that one-round lead. The top 2 seed is finally starting to find his footing. A clean burst from the ramp puts him just 1 round away from victory. The gap in their rankings is showing a lot right now. Ignis refuses to let the game slip away, taking this round in a breeze. What an incredible finish! He claws back from the brink to secure a series victory with just a sliver of health remaining. He really had to dig deep to secure this victory, barely walking away from a few of those trades. What a fight! Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Vortex and Catalyst facing off, with the favorite Catalyst looking to keep his momentum going. Catalyst is clearly the superior force in their head-to-head history. It's a pattern that looks even more imposing since he won their most recent clash as well. The real question is if Vortex can find a way to disrupt that trend early. Vortex is surging ahead with a slim lead. The second-ranked player in the league is feeling the pressure now. Both of these players are trading rounds back and forth, keeping this series wide open. He's looking remarkably steady for someone with a slightly lower win rate here. Catalyst holds the edge as we head into round 6. He just keeps on rolling, securing his third consecutive round with an effortless shot. The number 2 seed is simply refusing to let up. Vortex shuts down that run instantly with a lightning fast shot. A huge confidence boost for the challenger here. Catalyst looks way too comfortable up there on the Tetris, just raining shots down on Vortex. That's exactly the kind of control we expect from a top 2 player. Vortex has managed a positive win rate over his last 10 matches. It's a surprising contrast when you look at how he's typically struggled to close out games against Catalyst. I wonder if we'll see him force a closer contest here. He's completely shut down any hope of a comeback, extending the lead to 7. His experience in these high-stakes clashes is definitely playing a role. A cautious exchange that ends with Vortex cleaning up the fight. He's definitely feeling the heat from those early league games today. Catalyst takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Everything is going according to plan so far. The higher seed is putting his skill on display and firmly in control of the pace. Time for a total reset. Vortex is really fighting for his life here, making a move from the wine to keep this game alive. The underdog is showing some real grit in this set. He's refusing to go away, putting together a pair of strong rounds to close the gap. Absolute momentum shift as he secures another rapid victory, closing the gap further. Catalyst answers back immediately with a clean win to regain the lead. A strong showing from the dust 2 seed in the lead today. Catalyst still holds a 3-round cushion as we start 17. Vortex is simply refusing to let this game slip away, ending the engagement in a flash. The gap is widening again, and it's feeling like the top seed is just too sharp today. Consistency is a trademark for this rank to stand out. A ruthless response from the favorite, putting him just 1 victory away from the win. Expectations are certainly being met for the favorite in this series. Vortex holds the height on the wine to secure a critical stop. He's proving he can go toe-to-toe with the top seed today. He's putting up a fierce stand, denying his opponent the chance to end this right now. The pressure is mounting for the favorite in this late game stretch. Unbelievable. He keeps this surge going with another perfect shot, leaving the top seed on the edge of defeat. Total deadlock. He forces this into overtime after a staggering comeback. What a way to force the extra frame. He's completely taken over this match, securing another win from the wine to reach 13. Absolutely clinical timing on that final shot. And he answers back, clawing his way back to a dead heat in this overtime thriller. Absolute chaos as we head straight into a decider. What an insane scrap. He barely survives that exchange with a sliver of health to hold the lead. He's really playing with fire, walking away with barely any health left. He's just on another level right now, securing another flawless round to put himself 1 step from victory. The script has completely flipped for the favored seed. Unreal. He completes the most incredible run of the day to secure the match victory. He's finally shaken the curse of that head-to-head record with an incredible performance in overtime. Just a legendary effort today. What a game. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Ignis taking on the heavily favored Vortex today on Fast Aim. Vortex showed no mercy there, picking Ignis right off the ramp for an early lead. The gap on the ladder is definitely showing early on. Ignis really needs to step it up. He's just not finding any answers for Vortex right now. He's really dominating the head-to-head history between these two. Ignis is looking at an all-time head-to-head record of 31 wins against a massive 134 for Vortex. It's clear he's the underdog today, but he's fighting against the grain to keep this a contest. Let's see if he can actually bridge that gap. Unbelievable! He barely clings to life with 4 HP and shuts the door to even the score. Vortex is looking completely rattled after that exchange. He is completely on fire right now, securing his 3rd straight point with a perfect encounter. Total flip from their last meeting on the orange map. Vortex settles things from the wine box to keep the score dead even. The gap in rating is still evident despite the parity on the board. Vortex is really starting to put the pressure on, cleaning him up from the ramp to take a lead. Looking back at their last encounter, things look very similar. A quick strike from the toolbox as he continues this hot run. That top 4 ranking is really starting to make a difference. Ignis answers back with a clean hit to keep this close. A much needed spark given the struggles he's had today. Vortex is simply too quick, putting him right back in the driver's seat after that ramp encounter. He's really struggling to keep his head above water today. Vortex holds a slim edge as we enter round 11. He's certainly ignoring those poor recent results right now. We head into the break with Vortex leading 7-5. I mean, the favorite is comfortably in the lead, but Ignis is putting up way more resistance than his recent form suggests. Let's see how the swap goes. Ignis has really been sliding today, coming in with a poor 4-13 record over the last 24 hours. So yeah, it's starting to look like the fatigue from his previous losses is catching up to him. He's just not finding the consistency needed to close these gaps. Vortex is pulling away now, leading 9-5. The gap in their skill levels is becoming a mountain to climb. Just a completely clean finish to keep the momentum swinging heavily in his favor. That's exactly the kind of form that earned him that top 5 spot. Vortex is just completely in control now, putting Ignis in a massive hole. A truly dominant performance from someone sitting in the top 5. He keeps the pressure high from the window, putting himself just 1 win away from the victory. Just pure confidence from the favorite in this stretch. A gutsy response from Ignis to pull the favorite off that toolbox. The underdog is refusing to just hand over the map. What a finish! He shuts the door by catching Ignis right on the toolbox to seal the victory. He just looks completely untouchable today, continuing a dominant stretch of form that's really separating him from the rest of the pack. Welcome to the match on Dunes. We have Ignis and Catalyst facing off, though the favorite looks strong today. Catalyst makes a great play from the box to take an early lead here. He's clearly the stronger player on paper today. Catalyst has clearly owned this pairing in the past, winning over 80% of their head-to-head encounters. It's really evident that the confidence gap is wide here. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can find any answer to that pressure. He's simply too fast right now, outplaying his opponent for a 4th straight. The skill difference is on full display right now. Simply an absolute wall right now, grabbing another for a huge 5-0 lead. A total shutout so far as he secures a perfect start to the set. The gap in the ratings is staring us right in the face. He simply refuses to let up, taking another from the box to keep this run going. It's a tough day so far for a player sitting at rank 25. He just blasts Ignis right off that box for a huge 8-round sweep. And we're seeing a similar trend to their clash on Blame map. He's just on another level today, making it 9 in a row. A really tough run of form for him after that loss to Vortex. He's simply unstoppable right now, reaching a 10-round streak. He is just playing like a top 5 player right now. Finally, he manages to put a stop to that run, right before the side swap. He's got to carry that spark into the second half. Catalyst takes a 10-2 lead into the break. And honestly, this is exactly the result we expected. He looks far too strong for Ignis right now, and the rank 3 seed is in complete control. Time for a reset. Catalyst is just too sharp. He immediately shuts down that little momentum shift Ignis tried to build up. He's really putting his higher rating to use in this series. A fast delivery from the box, and we're officially at match point. What a scramble! He claws out the victory, though he's practically out of health. Barely survived that, but it keeps him in the game. And there it is, a perfect ending to a dominant performance to seal the victory. He's just showing exactly why he's sitting so high in the rankings. Ignis never stood a chance today. Welcome everyone to Orange. We've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off today, with the favorite looking to maintain their edge. Catalyst really owns the history here, winning about 59% of their meetings. It makes a lot of sense why the betting crowd is siding with him today. It'll be interesting to see if the recent results shift that dynamic. Vortex is really starting to pull away now. The number 4 seed is putting on a show here. He is just untouchable right now, walking away from this exchange without taking a single point of damage. Another quick burst and he's just completely in control of this set. He's taking total control after that narrow defeat on Italy. A perfect answer from Catalyst, showing some real grit to keep himself in this contest. A crucial stop for the favorite to keep this in reach. He's proving very difficult to shake, moving closer to the lead with another fast kill. The gap in their ratings is starting to feel irrelevant. A complete erasure of the lead, bringing the score level at 4-4. The underdog has finally found some ground to stand on. The momentum has completely shifted as he takes his 4th straight victory to seize the lead. Vortex answers back immediately to bring this set right back to a deadlock. He's showing impressive resolve as he takes a narrow lead into the halfway mark. A clean way to close out the first half. It's a 7-5 lead for Catalyst heading into the break. I mean, this is exactly what we expected to see. The higher seed is holding the advantage, though Vortex is staying right in the fight. Fresh start for both. Catalyst holds a thin edge as we hit 13. A familiar sight considering their most recent clash on Italy. And just like that, we're deadlocked at 7 apiece. Vortex has looked sharp across his recent matches today. A stubborn effort from the favorite, steadily clawing back into this match. The higher seed is clearly refusing to let this slip. Vortex forces a total stalemate at 8-all. Hard to believe we're at a complete stalemate right now. Vortex takes a gritty lead, putting him up 9-8. He's coming in with a lot of confidence after those first few sets today. Goodness, he almost let that one slip, but he claws out the win to make it 3 straight. That's a huge amount of pressure on the higher rated side now. He shuts down that momentum instantly, walking away without a single scratch on him. The favorite is definitely finding his footing again. Another effortless point for Catalyst as he keeps fighting his way back into a dead heat. A fierce exchange, but he manages to hold the line and keep the charge going. The pressure is mounting for the lower seed now. And he does it again. That's 4 in a row for Catalyst, who now sits just 1 round away from victory. This is the exact shift in momentum we anticipated before the match. What a clutch response! Vortex stops the bleeding and keeps his hopes alive for now. A sudden wake-up call for the high seed. What an unbelievable finish! Catalyst digs deep to close the door on this series. Vortex really pushed him to the absolute limit today. He almost managed to stack up another win for the afternoon. What a fight! Welcome to the show. Ignis and Vortex are stepping onto Mappas for this match, though Vortex enters as the clear favorite. Vortex has dominated this rivalry, winning 81% of their historical meetings. That massive gap in confidence shows up even more when you look at their current rankings. We'll see if Ignis can actually find a way to disrupt that trend today. Vortex takes a commanding 2-1 lead here. He's definitely playing like one of the league's elites right now. Vortex is really putting the pressure on early, making these rounds look effortless. Ignis uses that high ground to his advantage, keeping things tight as we head into round 6. He's struggling quite a bit lately with a losing record today. Unbelievable reflex battle. Both players were nearly depleted, but he managed to scramble away with a tiny bit of health left. The gap in their recent form is really starting to show. Ignis is having a rough time lately with a 4-15 record over the last day. You can see that lack of confidence weighing on him as the deficit grows. He really needs to find a way to stabilize before this slips away completely. He's showing some real grit here, clawing back another round to close the gap. He's proving that the early gap on the ladder isn't everything. He's putting up a real fight, securing another clean round to tighten the score. The pressure is mounting as the favorite starts to even out. Vortex maintains a narrow 2-round cushion over Ignis. He's really leaning into the top 10 rank right now. Vortex is still firmly in control at 7-4. The top 5 seed is making his presence felt. Vortex heads into the break with an 8-4 advantage. Well, this is exactly what we expected to see from the higher rated player. He's essentially playing his way toward another win in this series. Time for a fresh start. Vortex stays ahead by 3 as we hit 13. That's a surprisingly shaky start for someone in the top 5. What a scramble! He barely edges out the win from the ramp, showing incredible heart to keep this rally going. That's a huge swing in momentum for the underdog. Vortex keeps a safe distance, leading 9-6. That's a strong recovery after his narrow defeat to Catalyst. What a battle! Both players were nearly gone, but Ignis claws out the victory with just a shred of health left. Ignis is really refusing to let this game slide. Vortex shuts that down quickly from the ramp, putting a really firm grip on this series. He is really putting that rank 4 status on display. Vortex is just ruthlessly efficient right now, moving closer and closer to finishing this off. That's another strong showing following his big 13-6 victory earlier. Ignis is starting to put up a real fight, pulling a few more rounds back from a tough spot. A total flip from how that previous meeting ended. A complete shutdown of the opposition, leaving Vortex just a single point away from victory. Ignis manages to hold his ground from the boxes to keep the dream alive. He is definitely fighting the good fight, despite the odds. What a closing play! Vortex secures the final point and wraps up the entire match. Ignis put up a respectable fight on a map he usually dominates, but he just couldn't find a way to close it out. Welcome to the stream. We have Ignis and Catalyst facing off on Italy today, with the favorite looking to keep his streak alive. Catalyst has dominated the head-to-head historicals, winning 81% of their meetings. It's a massive gap that puts Ignis in a real uphill battle. We have to see if this early lead is just a fluke or the start of something unexpected. He just completely shuts down his opponent from the wine to take a commanding lead. A lightning-fast response from Catalyst to hold that early slide. He's still the one to beat in this matchup. He's really showing some grit, erasing that early lead with another flawless sequence. Ignis is surging ahead with a solid 4-2 lead. That's a huge shift from his usual results against his opponent. That was an effortless swap. He's refusing to go away quietly. That's the kind of stability the favorite typically brings to the server. He's really digging in, using that height on the wine to pull the score level. He's managing to keep a tight grip on this series. Ignis holds a slim edge as we hit round 9. He's fighting through a very rough run of results lately. Ignis has been struggling lately with a poor 4-16 record over the last day. It makes this lead all the more impressive, considering he's coming off 3 straight losses today. He's clearly playing with a lot of confidence right now. Ignis takes a big 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, this is a shocking start for the world number 2. He's completely ignored the history here and he's playing like he owns the map. Let's see a new momentum shift. Ignis is just cruising now, sitting pretty at 9-4. The skill gap on the ladder is completely non-existent right now. Ignis is simply relentless, pushing the tally to 10. Quite a turnaround from his dismal start to the day. Catalyst is finally showing some life, preventing this from becoming a total blowout. He's essentially a wall right now, making it look far too easy to maintain this gap. He barely escapes that exchange, but the result is the same. Ignis is now just one step away from victory. Unbelievable. He barely scrapes through that trade with a handful of health to secure the victory. A massive statement win coming from the underdog today, completely flipping the script on those head-to-head numbers. Welcome everyone, we've got a great matchup today on the arena as Vortex takes on the favored Catalyst. Vortex came out swinging early, catching Catalyst while he was perched up on the Tetris. Tough start for the number 3 seed. Vortex is just too quick for him right now, picking him right off the ramp for another fast round. He's really struggling to shake off that loss to Ignis. Catalyst is currently dominating this matchup historically with an all-time head-to-head win rate of 59%. That historical edge usually means Catalyst knows exactly how to shut down Vortex's style. He'll be looking to use that confidence to pull ahead early. Vortex holds a slim edge with a 3-2 lead. This is definitely a toss-up given their recent series. Vortex is on a roll right now, and he's starting to look like the aggressor in this set. Vortex pushes the lead to 4-3 after that smash. He's showing why he sits higher on the ladder. Vortex is just cruising now, leading by 2. That top 4 ranking is really starting to pay off for him. These rounds are coming down to a coin flip, and we're seeing it shift back and forth every single time. Catalyst has found his footing and is starting to take over this match. He's finally acting like the favorite in this one. Vortex barely maintains that 1-round lead at 6-5. He's looking much more composed than he did against Ignis earlier today. We're all square at 6 apiece heading into the break. I mean, Catalyst really should have a wider lead here. Vortex is playing out of his mind and refusing to let the higher seeded player take control. Time to switch it up. Vortex claws back the advantage, putting him up 7-6. That was an incredibly fast reaction to close out the duel. Catalyst looks a lot more comfortable when he can get that vertical advantage from the boost. Looking to put another result in the column against him today. Vortex keeps the pressure on, simply refusing to let Catalyst breathe even with that elevation. The momentum is shifting in favor of the 4th ranked player. Vortex has pushed this series to a 2-round lead. You know, he's already managed to take 1 map off Catalyst today, so that mental barrier seems to be disappearing. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace to close out the match. Catalyst stays aggressive and secures a clean win from the ramp to keep the fight alive. His overall experience against this opponent is really starting to show. Vortex is really capitalizing on those high ground opportunities to keep the pressure high. Vortex really looks focused after that victory over Ignis earlier. Another fast response to clear out the ramp and put this game within reach. That is a devastating turn of events for the higher seed. Unbelievable. He barely escapes with a sliver of health to shut the door and take the map. He really pushed past those head-to-head demons to get this one over the line. Just a huge statement win today. What a fight. Welcome to the Dunes map. Ignis takes on the heavily favored Vortex in tonight's 1v1 match. Vortex really owns the head-to-head history, winning 81% of their previous encounters. That mental edge is likely why we're seeing such an aggressive start today. It'll be interesting to see if Ignis can actually find a way to push back. He's just completely outclassing his opponent right now, picking up another fast win. His current rank really reflects the gap we're seeing here. A total blowout as he takes down another round to build a commanding 4-0 lead. He's clearly in a different gear than the 23rd seed. Vortex is simply unstoppable, putting up a huge 5-round lead. Both fighters traded heavy damage in a brutal exchange, but he manages to scrape through with a 6th straight victory. Finally, a response from Ignis, putting a stop to that onslaught. He is certainly fighting the uphill battle expected from his ranking. Vortex is in scorching form today with an 18-17 record over the last 24 hours. I mean, he's clearly taking a lot of confidence into this specific series. It's a stark contrast to Ignis, who has struggled to find his feet in his recent outings. Vortex is comfortably sitting on a 7-3 cushion now. He's on fire now, taking a 3rd straight to put immense pressure on the favorite. He's really making a statement here. Vortex goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, the top seed is proving why he is the pick here. Ignis had a few highlights, but he can't close the gap on the map leader. Fresh start for the underdog now. Ignis is trailing by 3 as we hit round 13. He really needed this round after that rough start against Catalyst earlier. Vortex is holding steady with a 9-5 advantage. Just a reminder that the 4 seed has been dominating the head-to-head. That was almost instantaneous. Vortex is just far too quick for him right now. Unreal! He nearly goes down in that chaotic scrap, but somehow claws out the victory. A tight fight, but he managed to secure the edge. Vortex is just too consistent. He's really starting to put the screws to Ignis now. He slams the door shut on that small rally, putting himself just a single round away from victory. He's playing with an immense amount of confidence right now. Ignis digs deep here to keep his hopes alive. He's certainly showing a lot of grit to avoid a sweep. Another perfect round for Ignis, extending his streak and refusing to go down easily. He is definitely proving the doubters wrong with this late push. What a finish! Vortex shuts everything down to secure the victory. He really played the map perfectly, and that top seed ranking is looking very accurate right now. Welcome everyone to Red Line. Ignis takes on the heavily favored Catalyst in this high-stakes 1v1 duel. Catalyst holds a massive 80% win rate in their lifetime head-to-head meetings, and honestly, we're seeing that superiority translate to the server early on. Now the question is if Ignis can lean on their last victory to find a way back into this. Ignis is really putting on a show here, holding his own from the ramp to keep this completely deadlocked. Ignis is simply too sharp right now, catching Catalyst right off the Tetris to extend his lead. We are completely tied up at 2 apiece here. A really strong showing recently, seeing as he's gone 22 and 14 today. Catalyst regains the lead with a tight 3-2 advantage. The skill difference is starting to show as we move into round 6. Ignis just out-reacted him from the ground, shutting down Catalyst's attempt to hold that Tetris spot. Catalyst pulls ahead once more, leading it 4-3. He's clearly feeling the pressure of that recent 5-17 stretch. Catalyst is really starting to build some momentum here, simply too quick to let Ignis hold that ramp position. The top 3 seed is really flexing that rating advantage. A brutal exchange on the ramp that ends with Catalyst taking full control of the map. It's starting to feel like the expected outcome. He just clears the ramp with ease, extending his lead to 4 straight. Looking back at the ladder, that rank 3 difference is staggering. A quick exchange that lets him get back on the board before the mid-game swap. Catalyst holds a 7-5 lead heading into the break. He's comfortably in charge as predicted. He just needs to stay composed to protect his narrow advantage. New side, new momentum. Catalyst has a massive 75% win rate on this specific map, and it's clear he knows exactly how to play these angles. Now we just have to see if Ignis can find any gaps in that defense. Catalyst is just too strong today, which is exactly how we expected this to go, as the lead grows. He's proving why he's currently sitting at the number 3 spot. Ignis holds the ramp with a great read, keeping himself right in the fight. He's really fighting to avoid that landslide tonight. Ignis secures another victory from the boxes, showing real grit as he claws back into this. Catalyst is still firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. That quick reaction time puts the pressure right back on the challenger. Ignis was starting to make a run, but Catalyst shuts that down quickly here. That 20% recent form is really starting to weigh on him. Ignis is refusing to go quietly. He's clawing back just as the match is reaching its final stages. A total shutdown from Catalyst, putting him on the verge of victory. His recent matches usually follow this pattern. A huge response from Ignis, who just completely outplayed him to stay in the game. That's a massive blow to the favorite's confidence right now. And that's it. Catalyst shuts the door with an effortless final round to claim the match. Ignis put up a great fight tonight, but he just couldn't keep up with those snapshots in the end. Welcome to the stream. We've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off on Mapas to see who comes out on top. Catalyst has the distinct historical edge here with a 59% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. He's usually the one coming out on top when these two clash, so this opening round is exactly what we expected to see. What a scramble! Both players were shredded, but he manages to scrape through the chaos to tie it up. Despite the rating gap, he's looking sharp right now. Catalyst is really finding his feet early, quickly shutting down the attempt from the ramp. The higher ranked player is asserting his authority early. They both tried to fight for the same high ground, but Catalyst just had a quicker reaction. He looks far more composed than we saw in that last loss against Vortex. Vortex manages to plug the gap, catching Catalyst right as he stepped onto the ramp. Vortex has been looking incredibly confident in his recent outings today. We are all tied up at 3 apiece now. He's managed to keep the momentum swing in check so far. Catalyst claims the lead now, pushing ahead 4-3. The slight favorite is starting to look like the more dangerous man. Catalyst is really taking control now, securing a comfortable lead by picking him off from the container. Vortex claws back, narrowing it down to 5-4. He's really pushing his luck after that 13-8 loss to his opponent. Vortex evens things up, leaving us deadlocked at 5. He's simply too fast for him right now, extending his run to 3 straight. The number 3 seed in the league is really struggling to respond. Vortex goes into the break with a 7-5 lead. This is a huge surprise given the gap in their historical rankings. We are seeing a major shift in momentum after that 4-round run from the underdog. Time to see if they can keep this momentum going. Vortex is showing an incredible amount of resilience, having won 8% of his matches on this map in the past. It's surprising to see that level of struggle turning into such a dominant run right now. He's effectively completely shut down his opponent's game plan. Vortex is absolutely dominating now with a 3-round cushion. Catalyst is really feeling the pressure from the higher seeded side of this match. Vortex is really putting the screws to him now, moving within striking distance of the finish line. A bloody exchange ends in his favor, and that's another victory for the man on fire. Vortex is really showing the form he brought into this match. Catalyst puts an end to the streak, keeping his hopes alive with a clean response. The battle for a top 3 spot on the ladder is getting intense. Catalyst is finally putting up a fight, refusing to let this game slip away effortlessly. Vortex answers back immediately, bringing him to the edge of victory. Unbelievable! Vortex shuts the door on this series with a final burst from the blue. He's really shaking off those old ghosts, finally getting the better of a rival who usually has the edge over him. Welcome everyone, we're on Orange today for a great match between Ignis and the highly favored Vortex. The historical numbers are staggering, with Vortex owning an 82% win rate against Ignis in their head-to-head matchups. It's clear he's got a psychological edge that goes beyond just a ratings gap. We'll have to see if Ignis can find a way to shake that trend today. Vortex is cruising now, leading by a single round. He's looking quite sharp after a dominant 13-8 showing in their last meeting. Vortex is making this look way too easy and is putting immense pressure on Ignis early on. A very tough start for the ranked 24 seed. The momentum has completely flipped, and now he's just pulling ahead with total control. Looking at a massive rating difference here. That was a lightning-fast response to put some pressure back on the leader. A surprising turn of events for the lower seed. Ignis has barely a 20% win rate in his last 10 matches. Well, this slump is coinciding with a really tough run of results across the board for him today. He needs a serious spark if he wants to get this series back on track. Vortex is just cruising with a commanding 6-2 lead. He's certainly playing like a top 5 seed today. Vortex is simply on another level right now, securing a third straight win without taking a single hit. Unbelievable! Ignis hangs on by a thread to secure this one after nearly both of them went down. Vortex maintains a solid 5-round cushion over Ignis. A clean, decisive return to form for the top seed. Vortex holds a 9-3 lead as we head into the break, and honestly this is exactly how the books projected the matchup. He's just completely in charge of the server right now. Time for a fresh start. Vortex is just too aggressive, catching him from the ramp to put a real stranglehold on this game. He's truly living up to that top 3 ranking today. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-4. A rare highlight for the underdog in a tough series. Ignis is really putting on a show right now, taking him right off that ramp for another win. The favorite is starting to look a bit shaky here. Vortex quickly shut down that mini run from Ignis, keeping his lead firmly intact. Ignis is really fighting to stay in this, refusing to let Vortex close it out quickly. Another clean win for the favorite, putting him just a single round away from victory. He's making a strong case for that top tier ranking today. A fast exchange here, but Ignis manages to outduel him to keep the dream alive. He just needed a moment to breathe and find his confidence. And there it is, Vortex closes the door on the series with a perfect final exchange. Ignis managed a few great moments, but that gap in skill was just too wide to overcome today. Welcome everyone to Fast Aim. We have Ignis and Catalyst facing off today, with the favorite looking to maintain their lead. Catalyst makes quick work of him, just cutting right through Ignis while he was perched up on the ramp. A strong start for the higher rated player here. Catalyst has basically owned this rivalry with an 80% lifetime win rate against Ignis. And that dominance looks very familiar right now, given how effortlessly he's opening this set. It'll be tough for Ignis to shake this head-to-head ghost. He's just too strong from that ramp, making it 4 straight for the leader. He continues to dismantle the opposition, claiming a massive 5th round from the wine box. He's definitely playing like the number 4 seed today. Absolutely crushing, as he secures another win from the toolbox to keep the perfect run alive. Finally, a positive result for Ignis, putting a halt to that early surge. A timely response for the ranked 25 player. Ignis had a tough day with a 5-19 record over the last 24 hours. I mean, he's been struggling to keep his head above water in other matches. This sudden momentum shift suggests he might finally be figuring out the timing to get back in this one. He stops the momentum immediately, putting a firm grip back on the match. He's showing exactly why he's in the top 10 of the ladder. Ignis is putting on a clinic right now, taking Catalyst right off the toolbox to keep the pressure high. He's showing a lot more grit than in their previous encounter. It's a 7-5 lead for Catalyst as we head into the break. I mean, the top seed is keeping his composure and staying comfortably ahead. He's mostly doing what he usually does when facing Ignis. Catalyst is still comfortably out front with an 8-5 cushion. He's putting up a very solid day with 23 wins total. What a fight! He pulls through the exchange to drop Catalyst right off the wine box. That was an incredibly close exchange to end the round. Catalyst is just too quick, taking an easy win from the ramp to keep the pressure on. That's a clean result for the one who's been on a roll today. He catches his opponent right off the wine box, keeping this rally alive. The gap is closing as the favorite feels the heat. A fierce exchange of fire, but he survives it to keep this comeback rolling. A massive shift from how this match started. Unbelievable. He's just completely wiped the slate clean, locking the series up at 9 apiece. Catalyst puts a stop to that rally and regains the lead. Catalyst is just starting to pull away again, putting a bit of distance between himself and Ignis. A rough stretch for him, having dropped his last 3 matches today. He just completely took over, putting himself in a position to close this out right now. Total confidence on display from the favorite right now. What a finish! He secures the final kill to close out the set and claim the victory. He just looked too sharp in the clutch moments. Even with that mid-game push, the gap in skill was just too much to bridge. Welcome everyone! Vortex and Catalyst are facing off on Italy today to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Vortex is currently on an impressive 5-match win streak. It really speaks to the confidence he's playing with right now. Considering Catalyst has a stronger history in their head-to-head, we'll see if that momentum is enough to tilt this series. Vortex takes a slight lead with a 2-1 advantage. He's certainly making a case for himself as the favorite here. Vortex is making a huge statement here, simply refusing to give up any ground. The current top 3 seed is showing exactly why he belongs there. He just completely shuts down the opposition from the Tetris for another clean victory. He just picks the other player right off the wine for an incredible 4-round run. What a turnaround! He just keeps winning these exchanges to hold a commanding lead. He is completely taking over this series, moving to a 7-1 lead. Catalyst manages to find the opening and puts a stop to the run. His higher all-time win rate proves he can still find a way back. Vortex entered this match with a strong run of form, but Catalyst has always known how to handle him across their long history. So yeah, it's interesting to see Catalyst reclaiming that control as he pushes this scoreline closer. I wonder if he can finally break Vortex's grip on the series. Vortex heads into the break with a strong 8-4 lead. Honestly, we expected Catalyst to hold the advantage, but the underdog is putting on a clinic today. He's outplaying the favorite right now. Time to see who blinks first. Vortex extends his grip to a 9-4 cushion. He's looking just as sharp as he did in that earlier victory today. Catalyst managed to time that just right, catching Vortex right as he stepped out from the wine. The higher rated player is still fighting a tough battle here. Vortex is still cruising along with a 9-6 advantage. The two of them are practically glued together on the ladder right now. He's on fire now. That's 3 straight for Catalyst as he continues to chip away at the deficit. Vortex puts an immediate stop to that run, picking him off the Tetris. A very tight gap between these two in the rankings right now. The gap is widening again, and Catalyst really needs to find an answer quickly if he wants to stay in this. He secures another win from the wine, putting him just 1 step away from victory. The favorite is looking completely lost right now. Catalyst reacts with a lightning-fast flick to keep the dream alive. A huge burst of speed on that last exchange. A completely untouched finish as he keeps the rally going. He's fighting hard to prove the pre-match odds right. And that is it. Vortex closes it out with a perfect final exchange to secure the victory. He's proving a real nightmare to deal with lately, keeping this hot streak alive for another game. Welcome to the Dunes. Ignis and Vortex are ready for action, though the favorite here faces a tough opponent. Vortex holds a massive advantage in the head-to-head, winning over 80% of their encounters. It's clear he has a mental edge that Ignis is struggling to shake. The key is whether Ignis can actually find a way to disrupt this pattern today. Vortex is simply cruising right now, up 2-0. The top 4 seed is really making his presence felt early. A perfect read and he walks away unscathed, putting his opponent in a deep hole early. Finally a breakthrough for Ignis, showing some grit to get back on the board. That was a much cleaner exchange for the trailing player. He's really starting to push back now, narrowing the gap to a single round. The underdogs are definitely refusing to go quiet early on. Unbelievable. He's completely flipped the script to bring this set level. The heavy favorite is suddenly looking very vulnerable. Vortex stops that momentum cold and regains a 1-round advantage. Vortex continues his strong run throughout this tournament series. Vortex is on a truly remarkable tear, having won 9 of his last 10 matches. You can see that confidence translating into his movement, and he's just outclassing Ignis in these direct engagements. It's going to be a long climb back for the underdog. What a scrap. Both players were trading heavy damage, but Ignis digs deep to finally even the score. The pressure is clearly mounting for the higher rated player. Vortex sneaks back ahead, holding a narrow 6-5 lead. Coming off a really rough 5-20 stretch today. Vortex takes a 7-5 lead into the break. This is pretty much what we expected from the top seed. He's controlled the pace well, though Ignis is definitely putting up more fight than usual. New sides, fresh start. Vortex is pulling away again with a 3-round cushion. The top 3 ranking really seems to be paying off here. He's refusing to back down, keeping the dream alive as he closes the gap to 2. A quick, decisive snap to stop the bleeding. And that is another easy one for him, proving he can truly weather the storm. The underdog has clearly found a way to stay in the hunt. Absolute mayhem in this fight, but he manages to pull through to tie the series up. Pure grit to hold that lead and force a deadlock. He's simply unstoppable right now, cruising into a lead with another flawless round. He's completely taken over this set. Vortex answers back quickly to bring these two completely level. Vortex holds a slim 1-round lead heading into this one. That's exactly why the number 3 seed is the favorite. A tough sequence for Ignis as the momentum swings back to the favorite with a 3rd straight round. The rank 3 player is really asserting his authority here. He manages to dig himself out of that hole, closing in further on the leader. A vital stop to prevent the lead from stretching further. He is showing incredible heart, fighting his way back to a deadlock. The tension is peaking as we hit this dead heat. Another clean kill for Ignis, and he is now just 1 round away from an incredible victory. Something is definitely off for the higher ranked side today. Vortex answers back instantly, forcing this battle into overtime. The third-ranked player refuses to let his back against the wall. These exchanges are happening so fast, it's barely giving the viewers time to blink. The veteran experience of the third seed is showing through. What a response! He stays completely calm to keep this match locked in a dead heat. Hard to believe the underdog has actually pushed it to a full stalemate. Vortex just barely edges him out here, making things incredibly tense as we move into this final stretch. What a result! He just completely shut him down to bring the total score dead even. That was a blink and you miss it exchange. He puts on a clinic here, leaving his opponent in the dust to move within a single round of victory. And there it is! Vortex seals the deal with a final kill to claim the victory. He barely survived that overtime stretch, but the top seed finally puts the fire out. Ignis really fought for every single inch of ground today. What a fight! Welcome everyone, we've got Ignis and Catalyst facing off on Mapas, with the heavy favorite looking to keep their streak alive. Catalyst clearly has a huge lead in the head-to-head history with a win rate of 80%. You can see that dominance continuing right now. It will be interesting to see if Ignis can actually find a way to close that gap. Catalyst is putting the squeeze on Ignis at 2-1. A really tough stretch for the number 25 spot right now. We've got a total deadlock here. Neither player is letting the other get any breathing room. Catalyst holds a tight 3-2 lead over Ignis. His high seed is starting to show as he takes control. Catalyst is just rolling through, leading 4-2. A clear mismatch in skill levels showing right now. Ignis is showing some real resilience here, refusing to just let the match slip away. It's a welcome change of pace, considering his rough outing against Vortex earlier. Unbelievable, Ignis has fought back to level the series. He's really shaken off the losses from earlier today. Catalyst narrowly regains the edge, leading 5-4. He really is in another class as the top 5 seed. Things are heating up. We've got a total stalemate as we head toward the half. He's proving that he can compete despite the ranking gap. Catalyst stays one step ahead, edging out a 6-5 lead. That was an incredibly quick exchange. We've got a 6-6 deadlock going into the break, and honestly, Ignis is punching way above his weight. He's ignoring the rank difference entirely and looking like a huge threat today. Time to see who blinks first. Catalyst just barely keeps his nose ahead at 7. A really rough 24 hours for that number 25 seed. Ignis strikes back, and we are tied at 7. Looking at his recent form, these results are a complete turnaround. Neither one of these guys can put together a decent streak right now, they're just trading blows. He's looking a lot more comfortable now after that narrow loss to Vortex. Total chaos now, we're deadlocked at 8 apiece. It's a massive shift from the results he's been seeing all day. Catalyst manages to shut him down on the ramp to reclaim a narrow lead. And we're back to a square peg at 9 all. Really seeing some uncommon results from the bottom half of the bracket. Catalyst just barely closed back to a 10-9 lead. His recent 22-14 record today is starting to look more stable. We are seeing a total deadlock here, with neither player able to string 2 rounds together. It is a total toss-up right now. Both players are feeling the tension now, since everything is basically on the line for the next few rounds. What a scramble. Ignis just barely survives that chaotic exchange to bring us back to a dead even score. A nerve-wracking way to claw back into the game. Another swift win for Ignis, and he's now just 1 round away from victory. The script has completely flipped for the lower seed. Absolute perfection. He closes out the series with an effortless final shot. He really pulled through with that final burst of energy. To walk away with a victory against a top 5 seed is just incredible. He really earned this one. Welcome to Red Line. We've got Vortex and Catalyst facing off today to see who comes out on top. Catalyst holds a massive 59% advantage in their overall head-to-head history. And those numbers really start to make sense when you look at how consistently Catalyst has played this specific map. I wonder if Vortex can find a way to flip the script after that early defeat. Vortex is really starting to push the pace here, taking full control from the Tetris. He's looking incredibly sharp after that tight 16-14 victory against Ignis. And just like that, Vortex levels the playing field. What a scramble! He barely walks away from that chaotic exchange with his life. A clash of the titans, seeing the 3rd and 4th ranked players collide. Unbelievable. Catalyst clings to life with a tiny shred of health after dragging his opponent off the ramp. The number 4 seed in the league is really digging in here. Vortex now holds a slim 1-round lead. A strong performance overall considering his 21 wins today. Emotion mid Vortex has been out of this world lately, winning 90% of his last 10 games. It's essentially a complete reversal of how he usually handles this matchup. We're seeing him finally bridge that skill gap and push the lead Emotion mid. We are deadlocked at 5 apiece. Vortex is still playing some high-level stuff despite the momentum shift. A total shutdown as Catalyst takes a 3rd straight round to tighten his grip on the lead. Emotion mid, we've got a 6-6 deadlock at the break. Well, Vortex is effectively erasing the gap and making this a real contest. I'll be watching to see if his hot streak can finally overcome Catalyst's historical map Edge Emotion mid. What a brawl! Catalyst barely survives that war of attrition to take the lead. He is really digging in deep for his 22nd win of the day. Catalyst is really building some momentum now, easily cleaning up that play on the ramp. The higher rated player is really feeling the pressure now. Vortex just came through with a fast reaction to secure that win from the ramp. He's showing exactly why he's currently sitting atop the ladder at number 3. Catalyst is pulling away now, leading by 2. It's a battle of the top 5, as the ratings truly clash. Catalyst makes a great play from the Tetris to keep the pressure high. He's really capitalizing on those historical numbers right now. Vortex proves he's not going away quietly, clawing back another round to keep the pressure high. It's an interesting shift, especially considering how he's played lately. Vortex finds another huge opening, dragging the opponent down from the Tetris to keep his rally alive. The pressure is shifting as those early leads start to evaporate. What a performance! He picks his target off the box to tie the series at 10 apiece. He's just unstoppable right now, securing another one from the Tetris to keep this incredible rally going. The momentum has shifted completely in his favor now. Pure dominance from the man in the lead. He puts his opponent away with an absolute cleaner to reach match point. A huge stop by Catalyst to keep this series alive. That was a much faster exchange than the last few rounds. And we are heading to overtime. Catalyst shuts him down from the ramp to tie it up at 12-12. A real nail-biter between these two top-tier contenders. He just refuses to break, clawing back into the lead during the most intense part of the map. It's an incredible display of poise from the man in the third spot. He just won't stop fighting back, keeping his foot on the gas to push the lead to 14-12. A devastating sequence of plays, leaving his opponent completely stranded on the Tetris. What a final sequence! He secures the victory, capping off a stunning recovery to close out the series. He really played against the grain today, completely ignoring those old head-to-head odds to secure the victory. Absolute war. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on orange for a match between Ignis and Vortex. The favorite looks strong, but let's see who wins. Vortex really owns the history here, winning over 80% of their meetings. It makes sense when you look at how high he's sitting in our ratings. He's just naturally the more imposing presence in this series. He's just completely in control, claiming his third consecutive round. The gap in their ladder ratings is becoming very apparent. Finally, a response. He answers back with a crisp shot to keep things interesting. Vortex is dominating, moving into a commanding 4-1 lead. Vortex just cruises to a massive 5-1 cushion. He's looking just as sharp as he did in their meeting an hour ago. A totally untouchable sequence, and he's now firmly back in the driver's seat. Vortex is showing that high-tier confidence he's displayed all day. Unreal, that was a total slugfest, and Ignis just barely manages to scrape through alive. He's definitely not giving up easily after that loss earlier. Ignis has really struggled today with a 621 record over the last 24 hours. It's surprising to see him fight back so hard in this particular set. He's definitely proving that he can hang with the elite in short bursts. Vortex secures a tidy win to put the pressure back on his opponent. He's currently on a tear with a 7-win run lately. We head into the break with Vortex leading 8-4. Well, it's exactly what we predicted. He has a tight grip on the series, and Ignis just hasn't found a way to stay consistent. Fresh start for Ignis now. What a fight! Both players were nearly depleted, but he somehow managed to survive by a thread. That was an incredibly tight exchange on the edge of defeat. Vortex is cruising. Now just one more for the win. It's a tough climb for the number 23 spot today. Vortex is practically out of reach at 10-5. His recent form is just on another level. That was an absolute brawl, but he emerges from the chaos to keep the momentum going. Looking at the numbers, it's clear why he's ranked in the top 4. He's just too fast, effortlessly closing in on the final round of this map. The pressure is simply too much for Ignis to handle right now. Game over. Vortex closes it out with one last exchange to secure the series victory. He just looks completely untouchable today. Poor Ignis really fought his heart out, but he was outclassed from the start. Welcome to Fast Aim. We have Ignis taking on the heavy favorite, Catalyst, in today's exciting 1v1 matchup. Catalyst has been the clear superior force in their history, winning about 80% of their encounters. It's interesting because Ignis actually managed to pull out the win in their most recent meeting. So we have to wonder if that previous victory gives him the confidence to push back here. Catalyst holds a narrow lead, but Ignis is fighting back. The skill gap is starting to show between the two. Catalyst is just too quick from the toolbox, keeping Ignis pinned down on that ramp. The man up at 5 seed is definitely asserting his authority here. He is simply untouchable right now, strolling away with a third straight point. He's really finding his footing after those early losses today. He's on a tear, securing his 4th straight point without taking a single hit. It's a stark contrast to his 21-15 record today. He just can't be stopped extending that streak to 5 straight. It looks like a tough day for the 23rd seed. That is 6 straight for the favorite, who looks completely in control. He's playing with an enormous amount of confidence right now. Finally, he answers back, ending the run of the favorite. He's clearly trying to build on that upset victory from their last meeting. Catalyst has been really consistent throughout the day, bringing a 21-15 record into this meeting. I mean, he's clearly capitalizing on a massive rating advantage over Ignis right now. The gap in quality is showing in the timing of these duels. Catalyst goes into the break with a commanding 10-2 lead. Well, the top seed is simply outclassing his opponent right now. He's fully in line with the pre-match hype and is cruising toward a quick victory. Ignis really needs a spark here. Catalyst is simply far too fast, picking this match apart with ease. The gap in experience is really showing throughout this set. That was a total shutdown, putting him just a single point away from the victory. It is a complete rout for the top seed. And there it is, Catalyst closes out the series in a flash to claim the victory. Just an absolute clinic from the top 5 seed, who clearly had his number from start to finish. Welcome to the stream, everyone! Vortex and Catalyst are stepping onto dunes for this match. Let's see who takes it. Vortex was just a bit faster on the draw, taking him right off the box to start things off. Catalyst historically leads the head-to-head series with a strong 59% win rate. It's interesting to see that play into this match because Vortex is currently the higher seed in our rating. It'll be a battle to see who asserts their authority early on. We're all tied up at 2 apiece now. A bit of a contrast to the 16-12 result he just suffered against his opponent. Vortex is starting to put some pressure on the map, picking up a lead as the round time gets shorter. Vortex just completely blindsided him there, picking Catalyst right off the box for another point. His number 2 rank on the ladder is really starting to show. Unbelievable, that was a total brawl, but he scrapes through to extend his lead. He's staying hot after that dominant performance against Ignis earlier. A sharp response from Catalyst, keeping the deficit at 2 with a clean win. He's definitely playing a bit more conservatively now. Vortex is just too quick today, managing to pick Catalyst right off that high ground. He's mirroring that strong performance from their latest encounter. Vortex is coming into this specific match with a huge 9-win streak. It's a massive contrast to the way his opponent has been struggling lately. I think the mental game is shifting heavily in his favor now. That was an absolute brawl, and he just barely manages to secure the edge in a wild trade. Another nerve-wracking finish, but he's just too clutch right now. It's a 9-3 lead for Vortex heading into the break. You know, we expected Catalyst to control this series, but the underdog is completely running away with it. He's looking way too sharp right now. Vortex is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-3. He's definitely proving to be the stronger force today. Catalyst finds one, but Vortex still holds a commanding 10-4 lead. He's just not giving his opponent any room to breathe, ending that encounter in a blink. Catalyst is fighting to stay in this, but he's still got a steep hill to climb from here. He's just an inch away from a total victory after that effortless kill. He's completely outclassing him in this set. Game over. He shuts the door with that final kill to secure the match. He's making a real statement today, just completely dismantling the historical advantage Catalyst had over him. Welcome to the Berserk League. Ignis and Vortex are heading to Italy, though Vortex enters as the clear favorite today. Vortex has clearly only head-to-head history with 140 total round wins. It's surprising to see him starting on the back foot given how he usually handles this opponent. Now we just have to see if Ignis can actually build on this early lead. Absolute perfection from the opener. He is just completely dismantling the opposition right now. Vortex answers back immediately with a clean win, refusing to let his opponent run away with the early lead. He's staying composed under pressure and simply refuses to fall behind. A dangerous shift in momentum for the underdog. Ignis is really putting the pressure on, cleaning him up from the wine and extending that lead. The second ranked seed in our rating is really struggling today. Vortex claims this one from the wine, showing a lot of heart to keep this fight close. He's definitely proving why he was the heavy favorite coming into this. And he's completely erased that early deficit, bringing us back to an even score. He's simply unstoppable right now, claiming another one to take the lead. He's looking every bit the top tier seed we expected. Another untouchable round for him, continuing this fierce charge toward a double-digit lead. The skill gap is becoming incredibly apparent. He's just on another level right now, strolling toward the halfway mark with a huge lead. He's simply cleaning up everything in his path. It's 8-4 in favor of Vortex. We're seeing exactly what the rankings predicted. That 6-round run really solidified his control over the server. So now it's up to Ignis to find a way back. Time to switch sides. Ignis is coming off a tough 6-23 run over the last day. So this victory is a huge mental win for him. It's a rare moment of confidence for a player who usually struggles against this caliber of opponents. He's continuing to push the pace, keeping the pressure on for a 9-6 lead. Ignis just needs a few big moments to steal this game. Vortex quickly shuts down that momentum, securing another round to push his lead back to 4. Vortex holds a firm 3-round cushion heading into 17. He's definitely fighting against a massive rating deficit here. He's back in control, ending that exchange instantly to maintain his grip on the match. Ignis is really digging in and making him work for every single round now. A huge confidence boost after that 5-13 defeat in their last meeting. Vortex just completely blanks his opponent to put himself one round away from victory. He looks completely comfortable with this level of lead. He just keeps fighting back, securing a vital point to keep the dream alive. He's refusing to let this match end in a blowout. He just won't go away, snatching another one right off the wine. He's definitely shaking off those early struggles to stay in this. Unbelievable. He's just refusing to crack and has now taken 3 straight to bring this game right back to a deadlock. He's just too fast right now. Netting his 4th straight to force this into a sudden death deadlock. Vortex takes a commanding lead in this high-stakes battle, clawing back a critical point. A quick recovery for the veteran to shut things down. What a response. He keeps his nerve to bring the tally level at 13-13. Total chaos now as we head into the overtime blocks. Vortex just completely shut that down, securing a huge lead in the overtime clash. What a scrap. He barely survives that exchange and now stands one round away from the win. Total nail-biter of a finish there. Ignis refuses to buckle, handing down a perfect round to keep the pressure mounting. He's really making a case for himself against the higher ranked seed. Absolutely incredible. He shuts the door on this series and secures the victory. He really had to sweat it out in those final blocks, but it's just too much of a gap in experience to overcome. He definitely fought a good fight. What a series. Welcome to Redline. Ignis and Catalyst are ready to go though. Catalyst enters this one as the clear favorite. Catalyst has historically dominated this pairing with a huge 80% win rate in their head-to-head history. It's clear that psychological edge is carrying over into today. We'll see if Ignis can actually disrupt that pattern. Catalyst is cruising right now, leading 2-1. The number 5 player in the world is just starting to flex. Catalyst is really putting on the pressure here, ending those fights almost instantly. He barely survives that exchange, but the result is the same as he takes full control of the map. His current form is mirroring the tough 2-13 loss from earlier. The streak is officially rolling now, with Catalyst simply too fast for his opponent. He claims another one from the Tetris, completely shutting down any hope of a rally. He is simply outclassing everyone right now, extending that run to 6 straight. He's showing why he's ranked in the top 10 of our rating. A fierce exchange here, but Ignis manages to survive the trade and secure the win. A little bit of hope after that rough opening set. Ignis has struggled significantly today, putting up a 6:24 record over the last 24 hours. It's really apparent that the lack of confidence is weighing on him. The mountain he has to climb from here is just enormous. It's a 9-3 lead for Catalyst. Everything is playing out exactly as the experts predicted. He's comfortably ahead and Ignis is looking completely lost at the moment. Ignis needs a spark right now. Catalyst is just relentless, pushing his lead to 10-3. He's playing a far more consistent game than we've seen from Ignis today. Unreal? That was an absolute brawl, but he manages to scramble through with the win. That's another narrow escape for the underdog. What a fight! He holds a slim lead and secures another point from the ramp. That's another round where he barely escapes with a life. Catalyst holds that high ground perfectly and shuts the door on Ignis' attempt to push back. Looking back at his 2016 day, that standard is still firmly in place. That was an effortless round for the leader, and now he's just one step away from the victory. Absolutely nails the kill from the ramp, though he nearly went down with the shot. He's just refusing to let this match end quietly. Wow, he's refusing to back down, keeping his side of the map secure with another clean win. The pressure is definitely mounting for the favorite now. And there it is, Catalyst shuts it down right now to close out the match. Ignis showed some heart with those low HP escapes, but just couldn't find any momentum against the top 5 seed. Welcome everyone, we're live at the arena for a great matchup between Vortex and Catalyst. Vortex comes out aggressive, catching Catalyst before he could even react from the ramp. Vortex is making it look easy, taking out Catalyst right from the boost. He's really taking advantage of that current 11-game hot streak. Catalyst puts a stop to that early lead, answering back with a quick kill from the ramp. He's historically been the one to come out on top in this pair. Vortex is really putting the pressure on now, denying Catalyst any room to breathe on the ramp. Vortex holds the edge with a narrow 3-2 lead. He's definitely leaning on those superior head-to-head numbers today. Vortex is currently riding a huge wave with an 11-win streak. It's interesting to see that momentum clash with Catalyst's higher overall map win rate here. This shift in energy could be the key to the match. Vortex barely keeps his lead at 4-3 right now. He's definitely looking to bounce back from that 13-5 loss they had earlier. And we are all square now. 4-4 on the clock. Wait and see if the top seed can actually regain his focus. Another untouchable finish. He's completely taken over this momentum shift. A very solid showing from the 5th seed so far. Absolute perfection. He's just continuing to steamroll through this side of the map. A complete reversal of fortunes as the momentum swings fully toward the aggressor. Catalyst takes a commanding 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's exactly where we expected him to be. That run of 6 straight rounds really reminded everyone why he dominates this specific map. Time to see if Vortex can adjust. Vortex finds a way back into this, utilizing that boost to get a quick look at his opponent. It's good to see the second ranked player showing some resilience here. Catalyst has historically won 59% of their lifetime encounters, and honestly, he looks completely comfortable maintaining that psychological edge today. It'll be tough for Vortex to find a way back from here. Vortex is staying sharp, managing to knock Catalyst right off the box to keep this series close. Vortex is playing exactly like the number 2 seed right now. Another point for him, showing a lot of grit to keep this fight alive. He's really starting to look like the favorite in this series. Catalyst is pulling ahead, now leading 10-7. The 5th seed is starting to push back now. He's refusing to go away, staying aggressive to narrow this gap further. That early favoritism is starting to make sense as the game tightens. He's staying steady, continuing this push to close the gap even further. The favorites have definitely clawed their way back into this. Catalyst is refusing to let that lead slip away, keeping the pressure high as he pulls 2 rounds clear. He is definitely playing up to that favorite status right now. What a scrap! Vortex barely clings on for his life, digging deep to scrape out another point. That was a narrow escape by the skin of his teeth. He just can't stop his momentum, bringing this entire match back to a dead heat. The nerves have to be absolutely shredding right now. He just won't stop now, pushing the score to 12-11 as he stares down victory. Just completely shattered his opponent's confidence. Absolute chaos. He shuts the door on regulation, forcing a tie at 12-12. What a display of willpower, securing the lead from the ramp to take a 13-12 advantage. The slight favorite has finally climbed back into the driver's seat. And just like that, we are back to a dead heat as Catalyst shuts him down on the ramp. A totally clean exchange, and the comeback continues as he retakes the lead. Vortex manages to keep his head and answer back immediately. These two are completely locked in. They're just trading blows 1-for-1 at this point. A very tight sequence after an intense day for both. He's back in the driver's seat, securing the win while fighting from the box. The pressure is mounting as he secures a narrow lead in overtime. Unreal, he barely scrapes through that war of attrition to put himself one step away from victory. He really refused to let that round slip away. Vortex is just a single point clear at 16-15. Vortex extends his cushion to 17-15 with that play. A total shutdown as he continues this run of momentum. Catalyst answers back, leaving Vortex with a slim 17-16 lead. Vortex stretches the gap to 18-16 after that blast. A strong performance to back up his top 4 ranking. Catalyst fights back hard, narrowing it down to 18-17. He is really fighting back to prove his rank tonight. Stunning, Catalyst forces a deadlock at 18 all. A complete deadlock in the most intense series of the night. A complete reset as the score returns to a dead heat. Catalyst pulls ahead by 1, now leading 19-18. Vortex answers right back to tie this up at 19. Vortex closed back the lead, putting him up 20-19. That's a huge swing back in his favor. His current form is exactly why he entered this as the favorite. We've hit a total stalemate at 20 apiece. He's really showing his depth of experience today. Vortex breaks the tie and holds a slim 21-20 lead. He is really validating that top tier rating with this lead. Vortex is running away with it at 22-20. He really ground out this victory in the clutch, outlasting Catalyst in a marathon of a series, an incredible display of composure. He earned that one. Welcome to the show. Ignis and Vortex are stepping onto fast aim, where the favorite looks ready to dominate. Unreal. Ignis clings to life with a sliver of health after a fierce scrap from the ramp. Absolutely wild. Vortex manages to edge out that brawl on the ramp, though he's left with practically nothing. He's definitely showing why he sits at the top of the ladder. Vortex had the higher ground there and just completely outreacted him. He really seems to have the mental edge in this rivalry. Ignis just stepped up and cleared him right off that toolbox. This is a surprising turn for someone who hasn't won in a while. Ignis is currently leading the way with 3 rounds. The huge rating gap is completely non-existent right now. We're all squared up at 3 apiece now. This is a complete flip from the results we saw in their last meeting. Vortex is starting to build some serious momentum here as he pulls away. Ignis takes total control of this exchange and shuts down Vortex right there on the ramp. He's fighting hard to erase that huge head-to-head deficit. Vortex is holding a slim 1-round advantage for now. His recent form is just on another level right now. We are deadlocked at 5 apiece. Total chaos. He's really making the most of this underdog status today. Vortex is really starting to assert himself as we approach the half. He is really leaning into his superiority on the ladder today. We're all tied up at 6-6. I mean, Ignis is absolutely refusing to back down. Despite that staggering 82% head-to-head loss rate, the underdog has completely stalled the favorite's momentum. Let's see who blinks first. Vortex has the upper hand by a single round. He's clearly riding that wave of a massive 12-game win streak. Ignis was just too sharp, picking him right off the ramp to take the lead. A complete contrast to his recent struggle against Catalyst. Vortex edges ahead and now holds an 8-7 lead. He's really leaning into that top 2 seed position. Ignis is just refusing to let this guy get ahead, putting Vortex back on the ground after he tried to hold that ramp. Both players are essentially fighting for the same ground right now. Ignis pushes ahead, now leading 9-8. Both players are practically splitting the board on this particular map. Vortex is back in the driver's seat after a quick win from the wine box. The number 2 seed is fighting to pull rid of this deadlock. Vortex is really putting the squeeze on him now, managing to shut him down while holding the ramp. He's showing a great deal of stability after that series against Catalyst. That was a brutal exchange, but he comes out on top to keep the momentum rolling. He's certainly playing like a player in the top 5 today. Ignis secures the kill from the bricks to keep things close. He's showing a lot of grit despite that brutal day so far. Vortex is suddenly under an immense amount of pressure here as the tide completely turns. He's absolutely defying the odds given his recent struggles today. A perfectly timed strike from the ramp puts him just 1 round away from victory. He's simply too consistent when the pressure mounts. What a finish! Vortex clutches the match out with a nail-biting victory. Ignis really pushed him to the limit this time, almost making it look like a toss-up. He's definitely shaking off the rust. What a fight. Welcome everyone, we're on Dunes for a duel between Ignis and Catalyst where the favorite looks strong today. What a scrap! Both players took heavy damage, but he claws out the victory by a hair. Catalyst holds a massive historical advantage, winning about 80% of their previous meetings. And you can tell he's leaning into that confidence with the way he's controlling the pace early on. It'll be a steep climb for Ignis to turn this around. That's another one for the leader, and he's now firmly in control of the match. The difference in quality is showing for the 5th ranked player. A sharp response here to keep the gap narrow. He's really fighting against a rough tide given his last 10 games. Catalyst holds a healthy 2-round lead heading into 6. Catalyst is cruising right now with a 3-round cushion. He's definitely playing like the top 10 talent he's regarded as. A completely untouched finish for the challenger, showing some real grit to close that gap. Ignis has a much better overall win rate on this specific map. It's a surprising contrast to the way the match is actually playing out right now. He needs to start converting that historical advantage into a run of his own. Catalyst is just dominating, pushing his lead to 7-4. Catalyst takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, everything is playing out exactly as predicted. The higher seed is simply too sharp for Ignis to keep up with over the long haul. Let's see if the sides swap momentum. That's just a lightning fast reaction. Catalyst takes a huge advantage from that high ground. He's showing why he sits comfortably in the top 10 right now. He's refusing to back down, putting on a clinic in this exchange to stay in the fight. That's a very clean look to bring the distance back to 2. Catalyst is just one more win from a dominant result. The higher rated player is just too composed in these exchanges. Catalyst is putting a stranglehold on things at 10-6. The top 5 talent is just cutting through this series. Ignis is really speeding up his play, putting an end to that quick skid. He's on a roll now, refusing to let the lead slide any further. The underdog is starting to look like a real threat here. The momentum just shifted back. Ignis had a glimmer of hope there, but Catalyst shuts that door quickly. Catalyst secures a huge round from the box, and now he's just one win away from the series. Unbelievable! He barely survives that shootout to finally shut the door and take the series. He really couldn't find a way to pull off the upset today, despite putting up a decent fight on his map. Welcome to the duel on orange. Vortex and Catalyst are ready to go, and it looks like a very tight matchup. Vortex is currently riding a massive 13-win streak. It's a stark contrast to how things have historically gone between these two, with Catalyst owning a nearly 60% win rate in their head-to-head matchups. This early round could be a sign that the long-term trend is still holding strong. And he's just completely taking over this early phase of the game. He's currently fighting through a tough morning with a 21-15 record. A hard-fought battle here, but Vortex manages to claw one back. His early lead of 3 is a huge hurdle for that favorite status. Catalyst is simply dominating with a massive 4-1 cushion. That higher ladder ranking isn't helping him find a way back. He survives a scary exchange and manages to secure another round for his side. That was a lightning fast trade to get this one back. Vortex has been on a tear today with a 25-9 record across all his matches. He's certainly coming in with more heat than his opponent, but he's having a much harder time closing out the individual rounds in this specific series. A chaotic exchange, but he outlasts his opponent to keep this recovery moving. He's starting to look much more comfortable now. Catalyst holds a 2-round lead as we hit double digits. The number 5 seed looks very comfortable out here. Catalyst still has a firm 3-round grip here. It's becoming a real struggle for the number 2 seed here. We head into the break with a 7-5 lead for Catalyst. Things are playing out exactly as we hoped for the favorite here. He looks poised to keep this momentum going into the second half. Let's see if Vortex can push back. He's staying gritty in this series, refusing to let his opponent pull away further. It's a tight race now for that favorite to pull ahead. Absolute madness. He has clawed his way back to completely level the scoreboard. A massive swing of momentum shifting this series completely. Unbelievable. He's now firmly in control after a total reversal of fortune. A fast reaction from Catalyst to bring this back to a dead heat. That puts them right back on even ground. Catalyst barely holds the advantage at 9-8. His historical dominance in these head-to-head clashes is starting to show. He just shuts everything down with a clean shot, extending his run to 3 straight. It's starting to look like another classic encounter between these two. A crisp win for Vortex, proving he's not going down without a fight. A quick shift back to a nail-biter for these two. Catalyst is really tightening his grip on this series, making it very difficult for Vortex to find a way back. He needs just 2 more to close this out. Goodness, that was a war! Catalyst survives a desperate exchange to put himself 1 round away from victory. He's really keeping his cool in those high-pressure scraps. What a fight! He barely walks away from that disaster, but it's a massive lift for his hopes. Just a total coin flip in those 2 latest skirmishes. He just finishes it off. Catalyst secures the victory in a wild exchange. Vortex almost put together a perfect day, but he just couldn't find that last gear to shut the door. He really played his heart out today. What a battle! Welcome everyone to Italy. We have Ignis and Vortex facing off, though Vortex enters this match as the clear favorite. Vortex has won 82% of their lifetime meetings, which really puts this early lead in perspective. The gap in their time history is huge, but it's clear that Ignis isn't intimidated by the history today. We'll see if he can actually maintain the pace. Both players traded heavy damage, but he comes out on top to secure a perfect start. Quite a turn of events given how he's played the last few hours. Vortex stays composed here, walking away without a scratch to put a dent in that early deficit. The underdog really looked like he was in trouble for a second there. Ignis is just dominating with a 4-1 lead. It's a stark contrast to the rough run he's had today. A solid response here, showing that he's not about to fade away. The higher seeds usually find a way to stabilize early. Ignis has been struggling heavily today with a 627 record over the last 24 hours. He's completely flipped the script here, fighting through some really tough recent form to put the pressure on the top seed. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this momentum going. Another lightning fast win, and the lead continues to widen. He's completely taken over now, walking away from this exchange without losing a single point of health. Absolute nightmare for the second-ranked player in the league. He's just too fast right now, taking this one easily to secure a massive lead heading into the break. Ignis goes into the break with a 9-3 lead. I mean, it's a complete shock to see the rank 25 player outclassing the league's second best seed like this. He is playing far above his usual level today. Let's see if Vortex can recover. Vortex is completely reeling as Ignis hits double digits. Vortex has the skill, but he just isn't finding a way to stop this. Ignis is just cruising with a commanding 10-4 lead, coming off a high 25-10 run throughout the day. Vortex has found a spark here, taking 2 in a row to finally push back. He's trying to shake off that recent loss on fast aim. Ignis just shuts down that little momentum shift immediately. It's a complete reversal from their most recent encounter on fast aim. He's just 1 round away from victory after another effortless take. Vortex just can't seem to find any answers today. Vortex secures a tidy victory here to keep himself in the game. A sharp reaction to get back on the board. What a statement! Ignis finishes it off with a clean shot to take the whole series. He's completely rewritten the history books today. To see such a total shutdown of a top-tier opponent like that is just wild. Welcome to the arena. We have Ignis taking on the heavy favorite Catalyst in today's 1v1 match. Catalyst has an incredible 80% win rate in their career head-to-head matchups. It's clear why he's seen as such a huge favorite today. We'll have to see if Ignis can find a way to shake that history. Ignis is really fighting back, showing he can't be ignored even with that high ground disadvantage. That's a tough look for the 4th ranked player on the ladder. Catalyst secures his high ground on the Tetris and is quickly building some serious momentum here. He really looks like the top 5 powerhouse today. Catalyst is just one step ahead at 3-2. He's certainly putting his higher ladder ranking to the test right now. Catalyst stretches the lead to 4-2. He's really putting that skill gap on display right now. Ignis has really struggled throughout the day, going 7-27 in his last several matches. It's clear the inconsistency is sticking with him as he tries to mount a comeback. He needs a big shift in energy to avoid a blowout. He secures yet another victory from the Tetris, extending the streak to 4. Just a total nightmare for the guy in the 23rd spot. He's absolutely crushing it now, shutting down the challenge from the ramp to hit a 5-round streak. The 21-15 record for the day shows he's in top form. He completely takes over the map from that ramp, extending his run to 6. It's a repeat of their last meeting on the dunes. Catalyst heads into the break with a commanding 9-3 lead. Honestly, this looks exactly like the matchup we expected based on the ratings. He's completely in control of the server right now. Ignis finally breaks the cycle, cutting the lead to 9-4. A quick flash of confidence from the underdog. He just couldn't get the angle right, and Ignis punishes him from the ramp to keep this roll going. He's proving he can hang with the elite tier of the ladder. Catalyst quickly puts out that fire, reclaiming his footing from the ramp. This looks like a classic case of a higher rating prevailing. Catalyst holds a firm grip at 10-6. That's quite the contrast to his recent 20% run. Catalyst is just too fast from the Tetris. He's shutting down any hope of a rally here. A perfect shot to put him back in charge. Now we're at the final round. That's why the ladder has him ranked so high. Unbelievable! He closes it out with a perfect finish to secure the victory. He just looked a cut above everything Ignis threw at him. A really clean way to put it away. Welcome to the show. Vortex and Catalyst are stepping onto fast aim to see who comes out on top. Vortex came out swinging and used that ramp to secure an early lead. Both players are sitting right at the top of the ladder. Catalyst is practically a wall for his opponent, winning about 59% of their head-to-head games. It's clear he knows exactly how to shut down Vortex's style. We'll see if those patterns hold as the score tightens up. Vortex is just a single step ahead right now. He is really bouncing back from that loss to Ignis earlier today. Vortex is just far too quick right now, picking Catalyst right off that wine box. The number 3 seed is really putting the pressure on. He's completely taken over the map, extending his lead to a commanding 4-1. Catalyst is normally the one in control of this series. A sharp response from Catalyst, showing some grit to pull this one back. That was a much cleaner exchange to get the round back. Vortex is firmly in the driver's seat at 5-2. He's really fighting back after that tough loss to Ignis. Vortex is looking incredibly sharp right now with a 24-10 record over the last day. He's clearly turned the corner compared to his first few matches this afternoon. It'll be interesting to see if he can keep this pace going. A quick exchange here, and Catalyst manages to get the upper hand. He's definitely reminding us why he's usually the favorite here. Catalyst is on a roll now, picking Vortex right off that ramp to keep the momentum swinging. The 4th seed is looking scary right now. Vortex holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. Honestly, the underdog is outperforming everyone's expectations here. We're seeing a legitimate fight for the lead, despite Catalyst's long history of dominance in this rivalry. Fresh start for both. That was an effortless kill, and he is continuing this climb back into the game. It's a huge shift for the guy who started this series as the underdog. Vortex is pulling away now with a commanding 8-6 lead. He's definitely fighting for a spot atop the ladder today. Vortex just completely shut down that play from the ramp to keep his momentum high. The momentum has completely flipped from their last encounter on Blame Orange. Catalyst puts a stop to that slide, picking the opponent off the toolbox to close the gap. The veteran is definitely fighting to keep his head above water. He's staying focused, using that wine box again to close the distance to 9-8. He's really digging in now to close this gap. Unreal. He just completely wiped the floor with his opponent to bring this game to a dead heat. He's simply unstoppable right now, taking a 4th straight round to finally seize the lead. The higher rank is really starting to show his class. Another effortless point for Catalyst, and that's 5 straight rounds in his favor. Vortex has truly struggled to keep the pace against the favorite. He's just relentless, knocking Vortex off the wine box to reach match point. The pre-match favorite has completely vanished from this contest. Vortex finds a way to claw back and takes his opponent right off the ramp. That's exactly the breath of air he needed. Incredible grit from Vortex, who barely survives a brutal exchange to keep his hopes alive. Squeezing out a win with barely any health left. What a way to finish it! Catalyst secures the final point and completes a stunning rally to take the series. He really just refused to go away after that shaky start. Vortex fought tooth and nail for every single point here. What a fight! Welcome to Redline, we have Ignis and Vortex facing off, though the heavy favorite might be in for a surprise. Ignis came out swinging, catching Vortex completely off guard while he was perched up on Tetris. A slow start for the top 4 rated player here. Vortex has absolutely crushed the head-to-head matchups historically, winning over 80% of their encounters. It's clear he's playing with a massive psychological advantage today. We just have to see if Ignis can shake that history and keep the score close. A totally untouchable exchange, and he's just strolling into this lead. He's really starting to lean on that top 3 ladder placement. He's completely taking over this map, just treading through the opposition right now. The gap in their ladder positions is really showing right now. What a sharp reaction from Ignis, putting up a fight to keep this contest alive. That was a quick correction of pace. Vortex is firmly in control, holding a commanding 5-2 lead. The experience difference is showing in his movement. Vortex has managed 24 wins in the last day, so yeah, his current confidence is a complete contrast to what Ignis has been dealing with lately. It's a steep climb for the underdog to flip this momentum around. Wow, what a scrap. He practically clawed his way through that fight to keep this comeback rolling. A high-pressure sequence where everything is suddenly going his way. He just picks him right off the ramp, continuing this impressive surge. Total control of the tempo now. We're at the break with Vortex leading 7-5. I mean, he's not running away with it, but he's definitely keeping his side of the scoreboard ahead. The top seed is doing exactly what we thought he would. Let's see if the sides change things. Unreal. Both players were absolutely shredded in that trade, but he just barely managed to edge out the win. He's looking for some revenge after that tough defeat on Italy. P. Vortex is just ruthless, pulling away to a 9-5 lead. The momentum has completely swung back to the higher seed. Ignis hangs in there, trailing by 3 now. He's definitely proving the top-seeded rank isn't a guarantee today. He just shuts the door on that lead, snapping the higher seed off the ramp. Pure aggression on his part to claw right back into this. Absolutely effortless. He just keeps stacking these up, and the gap is narrowing quickly. The gap in the standings isn't weighing on him anymore. Vortex answers back immediately, keeping the pressure on with a clean finish. That's a far cry from the blowout we saw on Italy. What a chaotic exchange, but he manages to survive the brawl and keep the comeback alive. A high impact play to put him within striking distance. Incredible! He holds the ramp to bring this entire series back to a deadlock. A complete reset of the board, right? As we hit the home stretch. Vortex puts an end to that quick run by picking Ignis right off the ramp. Just a glimpse of the dominance we've seen in their previous meetings. A complete shutdown as he clears Ignis off the ramp to reach match point. Vortex has completely locked down the server in these closing moments. Game over. Vortex finishes the job with a final highlight to secure the victory. He really had to dig deep for that one, but the top seed finally gets his revenge. What a fight!